if I can silence my good friend Max Romy. Let me just see if I can silence my good friend Max Romy. He is doing something, it seems, that I cannot silence him. Really? Really? All right. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Anash. Thank you. All right. Yes. So if Max Romy send a request, then I will accept him and take him up here so we can have a talk. All right. So let me get back to my script. There's one more thing that I'm going to talk about before, and I will um, um, all right. I'm going to save this until after I open the chat. Then I'm going to be shifting from this and go to the Prime Minister's pattern. But I'm going to open up first, and then after we have educate you on the matter of ADPEM and ADRA, then I'm going to be going to there. All right, so let me go. Should I go to prayers now, and then I'll immediately open the floor? Yeah, let me go to prayers, and then I'll go to, let me go to prayers, and then I'll go to prayers, and then I will open the floor, and then we will look at some issues. All right, just assume an attitude of prayer wherever you are. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude for the gift of life and the breath in our lungs. Grant us wisdom as we navigate the challenges of this day. Help us to see others through your eyes of compassion, and give us the strength to act with integrity in everything we do. Where there is confusion, bring your peace. Where there is worry, remind us of your constant care. Guide our steps, protect our families, and make us instruments of your grace and love in our community. In Jesus' name, amen. Let me see who I have now that we can have a talk. I will send some people some invitation. Let me see if some persons will get my invitation. Who's up here now? Staff Garden. Hello?
Brother, my bad. I will wait a little bit. I will come down back and then wait a little bit.
Okay, all right. No problem. No problem. Let me see who else is here. Who else is here? Who else would like to come up here? I'm ready to open the floor. So I'm sending some invitations. Sending out invitations. I'm not seeing any requests at the moment. But if somebody wants to come up at this point, just send me your request and I will accept you, because I'm ready to open the floor. At least the floor is now open. So we are going to be looking at ADRA and ODPEM, because what I'm seeing outlined here as to how ADRA and ODPEM should be working, I am not sure if that was the reality on the ground after the hurricanes, these two hurricanes that passed. I am also going to be giving you the history of ODPEM and ADRA's memorandum of understanding, why the government of the day partner with ADRA. So I'll be doing a little history on that one. Seeking to see if I can get somebody to talk with up here. Seems as if nobody wants to talk to me with me today, so that means I may just have to continue talking. I see Staff Garden. I'm not sure if you want to come. I see a request coming back. I don't know if you're ready to come up here yet, Staff Garden, or it's an old request. I don't know. God Pitney. I don't know if you're sending a request. Grandson is sending. All right, let me see now. Grandson is up here with me. All right. Good afternoon, grandson. Welcome.
Teach me there, man. What going?
Sound like you're working though. Sound like you're still at work.
Always at work. Grandson. Out of one in the one next one. You don't know.
You don't have no relation. You don't have no relation with the former prime minister who said working.
Not necessary. Hold on there.
Okay. All right. So we have one person up here.
Yeah. So.
Can you tell me what do you know about this partnership?
So we got look rub off, you know.
Yes. Can you tell us a little about this partnership with ADRA and ODPEM?
Well, I know the Adventist groups are a vital, vibrant group. They are independently run, just like you said. I think they are USAID too. The Adventists run USAID. They are funded. It's a US funded program, but yes. So it's similar like that. So they are independently run. They actually they don't get hitched because they account to themselves. Yeah, the government. I know from time to time. I could remember in heavy weather in my community where I'm from. There's one base there, and they are very active, quick response. You know, missionary style. Their duty is a missionary style. So they do a lot of that.
So and what do they do? Can you kind of describe how they work, how they go about their thing in terms of in your district, your community? How you see them? What do they do?
They go, they supply. All right. So if it's a weather hurricane, they supply tarpaulin, clothing, food, and I don't think they don't do building. They don't restore physical building, but they help you. I see them moving that way. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's much I know. I don't know their internal, but I know they are.
Have you ever seen them working alongside with the ministry people who come to collect data?
No, no, I've never seen. I myself take data for the um I volunteer my service, but it's with the government. I
Okay.
have never seen them really work hand in hand with, like you said, one of them, one government
Yes.
person with them. I know they are independent. They do them thing independently. So
But they share data with the government.
uh, that, as I say, I don't know them internal, them book works, but reading upon them, yes, that's what what it is said to be done. But to know if it is done, I have no
Yeah, that is
empirical
it. That is the
evidence.
thing. That is it. That is what I want to check out today,
Yeah.
because what I am understanding from this is that they should be doing their 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 data collection, and listen to what I just read a while ago.
Yeah, me here.
How it should work. That means it would collect the data on the ground. They were trained by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security as to the data collection form,
Oh,
but
well,
it is done electronically. It is not paperwork of such. It is done
okay.
electronically,
Well,
and
so
their software, whatever it is directly connected to the ministries, so that when they say it's synchronized. So
yeah.
as soon as they submit, it would go to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Yeah, yeah. But as we say, like
Yes.
those internal high level, the man on the ground wouldn't
Nobody would
know.
know that.
Right, would know that. But
Right.
records show that yes, they work together with the disaster preparedness and emergency management.
As a matter of fact, do you know that they sit in the in the odd pen office?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know that.
Yeah, man, they sit in the odd pen office,
Okay.
and they operate under, basically under the odd pen legal framework.
Okay. Would it would come in like Red Cross?
Yeah,
Same issue like
similar,
the Red
similar.
Cross.
Yeah.
And because the Adventist is well known for Medicare, medical assistance, so they're good on that. They have a lot of medical assistance. I know that, as I said, met against one of the head church in my community, and I see how they operate. I'm not a part of the church, but they are not, what you gonna call it, skeptics. They help everybody, whether you are a part of them or not. That's their
All right.
mission.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is part of the history of the government of the day that let's say invited them, that the original partnership was done. That is one of the reasons why that partnership was done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a problem with hurricane distribution, disaster distribution. I think it was after. It was which hurricane again? The notes is not right before me right now. Let me see if I can skip and go to it. The note is the history of it. Yeah. Which hurricane was in 1996 or 1994?
Hurricane Ivan.
I think it was right after Hurricane Ivan in 1996. the then government of the day decided that they would partner with ADRA because they were observing ADRA and realizing that ADRA had a very good track record of one, fair distribution, two, the speed at which they move, and three, what was the third one again? But those are the two main ones though. The fairness and the speed. And the fairness, I think, would have been number one because, you know, after every disaster, you know that there are always complaints of political bias in terms of distribution. So the government said, okay, let's see if we can bring in this organization, which seemed to be a fair organization when it comes to distribution of the resources, right? I don't know if anybody else want to join us up here at this time who would have had some knowledge of it. But point I want to highlight today, though, grandson, is is it working the way it was designed to work? We have to examine it to see if it is working that way. Okay. Because my understanding is that the government, the ADRA would have, as I said, collected the names of the most needy and feed it into the ministry, and then the ministry would do its own verification and for that there can be a fast response to these, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But my understanding is that when it goes to the ministry, after they would have done that work, this is where the independent part would come in, because they would now take their hands off. After the names would have been submitted, they would have taken their hands off. They are not a part of the decision making now of who gets help.
Yeah.
So it is the matter now of those who get help now solely rest in the hands of the government.
Right.
So they would have taken their hands off at that point. But then again, me wonder how well that should work, because if you really wanted the independence, you wanted the fairness, but after they do that kind of work, then it has gone back into the hands of the politicians again.
But remember now, they all right. You can cite them as a first responder.
Yes.
And the first responder, because they're independent, they have things stored, you know. They have they have a food bank.
Yes, I know.
Right. And the people who work with them are volunteers. You're not paid.
Yes, I know.
Right. So the first responders in any event, what the first responder do when they reach on the site is that they stabilize the victim of the disaster. They stabilize them until authorities comes in. After authority comes in and take over, then the responder have nothing more to do with the case.
They back off. After that.
Right. So, but they give medical, because as I said, they have doctors. So
I know how the whole system works.
Right. So we are medicals and so, but they would not have the great funding too.
No, they
maintain
don't
and
have
sustain.
that vast amount of
Right,
funding like the government.
right. So,
And like you say, their supply is only for a first responder.
right,
First responder.
right.
Just remember that I said them stop water from what them say again?
Stop, something they find sour.
Yes,
Yeah,
right. That's what they do.
right.
Right. So they wouldn't have that vast, as you correctly say, they wouldn't have that vast amount of resource to
Yes,
to they just deal with the immediate emergency and deal with strictly those who are vulnerable. Like as I say, the children, the elderly, the those who are maybe physically challenged and stuff like that. So they search for those persons first and
yeah.
try to render some assistance first.
Assistance. Right.
Right. So they have the medical team. So if people are hurt, they
Yeah,
can
then
go in. And
right.
here the challenge there now. That is why they work under the framework of the disaster ODPEM
Yes.
legal framework.
Right.
So legally they can go in and do assessment, give assistance, especially like in medical situation. Because
Yes.
say if you're not under a legal framework and you're going to give medical assistance, you could be setting up yourself a problem.
Yeah,
You know?
man. Yeah, you can. They
Right.
have,
So they get that back. They get that legal backing.
right. And just as I said, just like the first aid,
Yes.
it is I am a trained responder, and
Yes.
I am covered under an international convention where if I help somebody and in the process they die, nobody can trouble me. I am protected.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So,
Like how you have it, grandson.
Yeah.
Same way we have put it simple to the people so people can understand.
yeah.
So that is why they need that legal backing.
Right.
Because if they go in, and again, another part of it too is that let's say a community would have declared a disaster zone and the state of emergency is implemented in that community. They can cross the line easily.
Yes.
Because
go on.
yes,
Mhm.
they can cross and go in and give assistance. They will be able to cross that line. They can, once you can verify that they are a ADRA agent, and what you call him now, right? They would, the security forces would give them quick, easy
Yeah.
access.
Access. Yeah.
Right. Staff Garden. He has to come up. I don't know if he's ready for me.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear
You
me?
have anything? Yes, I'm hearing you. Good afternoon.
Okay. Hydra, good afternoon, sir. God bless you. I like that prayer. That prayer is good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's a good prayer, and that show that you're a very upright person. So I don't want nobody come up here and think different. This is not about politics. This is about what God like, and God like truth. And this is what we are on. In terms of Hydra,
Okay, Staff Garden seem to be on a call.
Yeah, and get a call out.
On a call.
Yeah. I was saying Hydra is a relief agency, right? It's affiliated with the Northern Caribbean University in Mandeville, and they spread their wings all over. Why ADRA and the government? I don't know the deal that they have, but I used to get stuff from ADRA while I was living in Jamaica. They give away bulgur, rice, and stuff like that, but it's way deeper than that. Hopefully, I'm just saying though, it's a humanitarian agency where they relieve funds and all that. But I really don't know much what's going on with the government and ADRA, but ADRA is affiliated with the church. I don't know how the government creep into it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. And like I was giving you the history then, is that when the government sought that partnership with ADRA, it was after the Hurricane Ivan, 1996, when because of the complaints of the political bias that they say was associated with the hurricane relief, the government of the day decided that they were going to use ADRA because they looked at ADRA and saw that ADRA was a fair in its dealing. And also another thing that ADRA did was that ADRA had a system set up of accountability, a system that they were able to move their resources quickly after a hurricane without going through a whole lot of red tape. And yet they were able to be transparent in their accountability. Yeah. So that's why the government now decided that they would partner and sort of, one, as I said, use ADRA as its first responder to sort of get rid of the political biases and also the speed at which ADRA is able to move, right? And then again, as I said, ADRA would have had a very, very, very good track record of being unbiased, right? So that's how the government decided that they would partner with ADRA. All right. Yes. So we are there. I am.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was saying that they were in like from in the 80s, early 80s too. So
No,
if they're
no.
coming from long,
ADRA has been working for a good while, But I'm talking about the point at which they started partnering with the government, or the government
Yeah,
started
there was not,
partnering.
yeah, I'm sorry, there was not affiliated with the government. But
Right.
because of all of this now, yeah, I think it's a little, I don't know if the church believe in scam, but I don't know what to say. I'm not going to say what I don't know.
in 2000, they became more involved and they merged with not say merge, but they start to interact with ODPEM. So yeah, and the ministry has
1996 is the year when that partnership, that there was an MOU. They signed the MOU 1996. 1996. So they started partnering with the government. Government started partnering with them in 1996. Before, they used to operate independently. Yes. Yes. But I'm looking now at I see I have some persons up here. Ruel. I wonder if these persons wanted to be here. Ruel and Lloyd Brown. Good afternoon. I'm wondering if these people want to be here. Ruel, Lloyd. That seems as if these people wanted to be here. Ruel. Lloyd? Lloyd? All right, these people don't seem to be they came up here by accident. Let me disconnect them. The reason I'm bringing in this evening, why I'm bringing this in is I'm wondering if what I see lay out on paper for this partnership, I'm wondering if this partnership was working, if with the speed at which relief come, if it would the relief wouldn't have come faster, and there would be less complaint about political bias in terms of the distribution.
And we have to look at categories of assistance and help. It's how people view assistance or how people view help, you know? So we have to understand the intricacies of those to see how all right, at one point, and I use this to build a base for me. One point in my young times, let me say that I owe somebody $10, but I run aground before I pay back the $10, and we have good relationships. So I went back to the person. I said, "Listen, I have $10 for you, but I need $10. Can you give me $10 by 2 days time? I am sure I will be able to give you back this 10 and that 10, which is 20. But now I am in a dire state." Well, the person said, "Okay, I go and help you." And he did this. He said, "You see the $10 where you owe me? Don't give me it back. Take it." Was I helped at that moment? Was I helped?
Yes.
Was I helped?
Yes.
Did the person help me?
Yes.
Right. But I was still in the situation because I never have the $10 that I owe him. I never have it, but I need $10 to do something immediately. So even though I'm helped, so I put that in to say that is how people help. I may never need food, but I get food. So I don't classify it. I, from my personal level, don't classify it as help because my roof gone and I need immediate replacement of the roof. So I could go and say, "Me not get no help because my need was not met, yet I get help." So we have to look at the various level of assistance are given person to person and an individual level, because a lot of people get help during the aftermath, quick help, but yes, me hungry, but me house flood out, my roof gone, everything damaged. So it's a ticklish, tight position to if we have an overview of the type help, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, we can look to see if the help could be quicker, but we have to look at what was the immediate and imminent need on the ground at the time.
Yeah, because like I said, no, that the ADRA is the first responder, like we just said a while ago. So at the moment after the storm, immediately after the storm, right? Water. Let's say, for example, we know water would have drinking water would have been maybe a challenge, right? Because electricity gone, no water, and stuff like that. right? So they would now bring in water, for example,
Yeah.
so that people can have water immediately after the storm, right? And they operate, their first responder thing is a 72 hours thing, you know that too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's 72 hours, right? 72 hours um responding after this the hurricane or whatever it is, the disaster. Let's put it the disaster, because they are a disaster relief. Yeah. So like you say, people could get help because a lot of people got help, but in terms of the type of help, in terms of like now putting back roof, getting back people, putting back people's life on track, so to speak, in terms of the larger resources. ADRA is not really responsible for that.
No, no.
Right. But but I'm looking now, I'm comparing ADRA's mode of getting their resources moving immediately. You have to say immediately after the hurricane or after the disaster. I am wondering if the government could have used, since they have ADRA at their disposal in their office, if they could not have used ADRA, just use ADRA. One, they could probably use ADRA to do that fast, moving the relief faster. Or if they don't want to use ADRA, but they could use the ADRA model. They could use the ADRA model.
And
So we want to look at the ADRA model.
yeah,
Yes.
and
Go
we
ahead.
bear in mind while discussing, let's not go too far from it back. So Melissa is the present and fresh in our mind. So we could look at Melissa, look at what came with Melissa, and what was the grade of help needed at first, and then you stage it, and we could use that scale to see if everything could be done at the same time. What was it correlated in a sequence, in a correct sequence, down the line? We could look at that in the meanwhile while we
But I wonder if we could step back to Beryl, because Beryl was a precursor to Melissa, to sort of get us in as a matter of fact, I'm going to step it back to the point where where the government of the day went into this MOU with, and I'm going as far back as 1996 to say, because ADRA would have had this sort of machinery in place from as far back as 1996. Something that the government the government of the day from that time could have been emulating and formulating policies and stuff like that to have that kind of quick response after a disaster. Don't you think that the government would have had ample time from that government, from the government of the day? They would have had ample time to could emulate what ADRA was doing in terms of its machinery that was in place in terms of response for a disaster. because it was that they admired why they actually invited ADRA to be a part. Don't you think that and it was not this government that was in power at that time, it was a different
Yeah, it was.
leading the government.
Yeah.
And from 1996, I think that administration was in power until what? 2007,
6, 7. Yeah.
2007.
Right.
So you don't think that if governments over the years, whichever party it want to be, could have looked at ADRA, either use ADRA or look at ADRA's machinery and emulate and mimic ADRA?
Yeah, yeah. As rightly said, their partner are come in because they too were vital in Gilbert. You know, well, the Adventists is always there.
No, man. But they weren't a part of the government at that time.
No, they weren't. They were. But I'm saying with their skill and outreach. Sometimes you have
Right.
in a community, you have two Adventist church because of their close knit.
Yes.
And they are missionaries. So
Yes.
they walk, they know
Yes.
house to house, corners, and so on.
And these,
Yes.
and
So
these people are based in the communities. That, like say, you have to go get people from Kingston to come in.
right.
They are
so you
based
have-
in the
yeah.
community. So
Yeah.
as soon as disaster happens, they can be right on spot, right in the community, right on spot.
Yeah, but as you rightly said, is to know how, if they on their local level, how active they are, and also how active they are alongside the government, you know. So all of those would have to be taken into consideration in terms of their underground movement. Is it still functional? How active they are? You know. So
But I'm not even talking about that now. I'm saying they have a model that they work with in terms of how they respond to disasters. And they have a model set up that they can respond effectively immediately after a response.
yes,
Right?
yes.
So, and they have an accountability that they're transparent in their accountability, and they can account for their resources, have these things pre-approved. For maybe example, like they would pre-approve a hurricane. Let's say a hurricane is predicted to hit a hurricane of a certain magnitude. They would kind of look at what kind of resources they would need to respond immediately after, and they would actually move these resources into the area projected for this hurricane to hit. So basically, the resources would have been basically on the ground instead of it being in Kingston, lock up to reach St. James. They would have had it in St. James. They would have moved that resources into St. James if St. James is the projected area where the hurricane is going to hit.
Yeah.
Right? And they would have pre-approved these, so they wouldn't have to be going through procurement guidelines at that point now. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you.
Right. So red tape would not hold them back from getting the resources out to the people. Right? So they can actually move their resources immediately. So I'm saying now, From 1996, the government of the day had that information, had that advantage of looking at what ADRA does, that they could have emulate or mimic what they do so that they could have moved the resources quicker. That's what the point I'm trying to make right now.
Yeah.
Because right now, what I'm looking at is that right now the government has vast resources based on what was reported. They would have had vast resources, but unable to move because of red tape.
Yeah.
So that is what I'm looking at now. That is what I'm looking at now to say if don't you think that both administrations would have had ample time to develop a framework, a machinery? That is what I'm looking at. People,
yes, they would have had, and I believe some, if not all, I can't tell you the percentage of the model, but from this was
welcome Punkus, welcome Punkus. Let me just greet Punkus there.
Yeah, man, do that.
Yeah, man. Welcome Punkus, welcome. Like and share for me, like and share. And if you want, you can send your requests. I'll take you up here. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So as I was saying that I don't know the percentage of the model that was used, but prior to Melissa, what you have described in terms of moving equipment from one place into the area projected to be affected, that was done with Melissa. But what happened with the level of devastation, those preparation was also destroyed. So not speaking about the destruction, but the model was implemented as far as my knowledge is. So yes, they have take on, whether it is from that model or they have developed, but similar was done in terms with in Melissa's case.
But I'm saying no, but you still had a vast amount of money also sitting in government's coffers from Melissa.
From
had that, you know.
Yes, and if
yeah, just a moment.
Yeah,
Punkus want to discuss voice note. Let me see if I could break. Let me see what my those who are on the panel or here, those who are here, if you would want me to break this discussion. Punkus is saying not now.
okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, later on. All right, Punkus, we can look at that. All right, so I'll continue with what I'm doing then.
Yes. You were speaking, I think. You were speaking?
I was just saying that but even then we have
vast amount of money.
Mm-hmm. We have documentation that the resources still never reached. Good amount of resources still never reached. There are still persons who were affected who still never got any assistance while we had money sitting. Okay. So that is why I'm saying no. If they couldn't have work up set up a system similar to ADRA, because I don't think that ADRA would have been sitting now on resources, even though they don't have vast resource like what the government would have had. But I don't think that ADRA would have had resources sitting on now when people don't get help.
Okay, so
let's saying. They would have exhausted their supply. They would have based on their machinery that they have in place, they would quickly get that out. Yes. So that's what I'm saying now.
Yes.
So and when we move over to Melissa now, from Beryl to Melissa, we now still having vast amount of resources still not being able to move. So that is why I'm saying, and people are still suffering.
Yeah, I heard that, but if let me bring you back to the point where I said that I am helped, but what I am helped with, I could say I don't get help because what I need. So we'd have to look at the type of help that is needed and how can it be done. And as we use Melissa, and I think Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Black River would be the perfect in this case scenario. It's a case study, you know. It's going to be used as a case study. In this case, people were helped. But remember, I said the roof gone, me get food, me get water. You make mention of water, the other could bring in water because the water contaminate. Yes, me get water, but my room full of water, my bed full of water, the house roof gone. And in some cases, there is no more structure. It blown away because of the strength of the structure. It's blown, it's total. So yes, I get food. They might take me and put me at a shelter, but I am still not comfortable. So I still complain that I'm not helped. How quickly? Because could they remove the water? The water takes time to abate. So while the water is sitting on the premises of those who have been evacuated, they need their place. Can it be done at that time? Would you have to wait on nature to withdraw the water?
Yeah.
You know, so we have to look, we have in critiquing, we have to look at the critical step by step, stage by stage, and individual cases so that we can pull it. Because some people get back a house, some level of renovation by the next day or 2 days. But others now have to wait on the water to recede, etc., etc. Roadblocks to get material, the hardwares themselves get hit. So it's a big deal, you know. You ever think of it? It's a big deal, you know.
Yeah.
What do you say about
I understand what you are saying in terms of the water, like in the case where you say water will have to rescind before you can actually get the type of help that you would want in that sense. However, what I'm looking at now is like the situation where you still have people under tarpaulin and people, because mainly at this stage, you know, people looking more at roof.
Yeah,
getting back their
infrastructure.
things together. Because there's not so much food and water, because that kind of normalized now.
Yeah, that
Right.
stage pass. So yes, so you're
Right.
getting the drift what I'm saying. So it's stage by stage.
Yes.
Right.
But I'm saying no, to move, to get people, because can you imagine now,
Yeah.
if you never had it and you were one of those victims from hurricane pass, have to be under Walco tent and live up to this point? Can you imagine that?
Yeah, it's a rough one.
While there are the government would have had money in its coffers, but because of the bureaucracy, it is sitting there. That is what I'm talking about, you know. That is what the point. That is where I want, right? So moving the money is moving the thing, moving the resource so that they can get the help that those who are still desperately in need. Not talking about people who can help themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about who can't help themselves and they are desperately in need.
Right.
And you have this money that could have helped them, but because of red tape, it is sitting there. That is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So I'm saying if the government could not have copied
Some of that.
some of what ADRA does, so
Okay.
that they would have bypassed the red tape.
Right. And if I can bring you to present the case today
Yeah.
as you speak.
Mhm.
I would use the term to say, okay, let's give the credit to say, yes, the government have adapted and it is from ADRA. To cut the red tape, because the red tape, from over time, we would have heard the cry about the red tape, how the bureaucracy is tight and it is difficult to get things out to the people because you have to follow things by the T. If you don't, even though they may see the House bill, but you never follow procedure, you are flagged as incompetent or corrupt or other things. So we could look at what has happened in this case to move things a little bit faster, and it is called NARA. I don't know if you want to use that word, if it
No,
would
man, that's
spell
all right.
anything.
You know,
Okay.
it's a government agency that is legally constructed.
Right. So
Public.
I would
Yeah.
say the government has recognized that to get aid, and they could have looked at it in Katrina, because we have reports that millions of dollars from Katrina has gone back into the coffers of the government because of red tape that we are now speaking of. So the government take a cue and bring in NARA to eliminate the red tape or to minimize the red tape. So if the red tape goes up, there is an authority that can quickly look at it and move it forward while working on the red area. But they move the assistance ahead. So instead of the assistant stay behind the red tape, it moves from behind the red tape, reach to who it to reach to, while they remain and work out whatever the concerns are. So we could, I don't know, but from me, I would say the government have taken cue, have listened. They themselves, all government people themselves would have had that difficulty getting their money spent to help those who are in need. So there is now in place a system or an agency that has the authority to break, if I may use that word, the red tape that would hinder assistance from reaching the people who it should reach. I don't know if I make sense with that.
Yeah, I am getting what you're saying, but two things I want to look at.
Yeah.
And I'm going back again to say, from 1996, the government had at its disposal ADRA, and has the model of ADRA. You believe if governments from 1996 till now really wanted to help people, they would not have adapted a machinery like ADRA, either use ADRA, or if ADRA would have been willing to be used that way, or they could have adopted that type of machinery. Because while you talk about NARA, NARA is still dragging right now. NARA is still dragging because NARA cannot move these money again until, especially from the multilaterals. They can't do anything from the multilaterals until January. As a matter of fact, I don't think NARA can start moving any money at all until January. Right? I am saying no, that from 1996, these governments would have had this model that they could have modeled if they really wanted to help the people, couldn't they have draft a model like this? And while you talk about NARA in comparison to ODPEM, ODPEM would have had their internal what you would call now what you call it again now, the word is slipping me, where you have this type of watching accountability.
You're looking for the word oversight. That's the word you're looking for.
Oversight. That's the word I'm looking for, my boss. Thank you, Dolly. Oversight. Right? ADRA would have had its built-in oversight. And ADRA moved as a clean agency so far.
Yeah, right.
ADRA has a clean track record, accountability, transparency.
Yeah. But
You
if
don't
we-
think that, hold on, man. You
Okay.
don't think that if governments over the year really wanted to help the people, they wouldn't have had ample time or have enough. And if they didn't have the type of expertise, couldn't they draw? ADRA is sitting right in the office of ODPEM, right up in the office of the Prime Minister. Don't you think that if we really would want, and I'm speaking from 1996, don't think I'm just speaking of this present government. I'm speaking from 1996. ADRA is sitting in the office of ODPEM. It was sitting in the office of the Prime Minister until now, but it was sitting in the office of ODPEM over the years. Don't you think that if government really wanted to do something, they could have adopted, and if they, as I say, if they don't have the expertise, they could pull, they could ask, they could get ADRA is sitting right in their office. ADRA is sitting right in their office. Let me take another perspective from
Yeah,
Miss
man.
Jolene.
Hey,
Welcome.
Teach.
Greetings. Good afternoon.
Greetings and good afternoon, one and all, and those on the For You page, right? So while Mr. Grandson was talking, I took the opportunity to quickly run through the NARA Act as it was passed in its current form, correct? And first off, there's 2 points I'm going to point out before I say what I
Welcome,
have to say.
Perry or Percy. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
First point I'm going to point out
Good
is
evening,
that
Edwin. Yes.
In relation to the funding for this NARA bill or where the funding will be sourced, I cannot agree with with the funds from charities, the diaspora and local individuals that said, okay, I'm contributing to the recovery of the island after Melissa. And the reason why I cannot agree with NARA funding for NARA being taken from these sources is that as it stands, there are still people in disrepair. There's still roads in disrepair. There's still water provision systems in disrepair. Some people are barely getting back light in the internet infrastructure, still not functioning as it should. Now, as it relates to recovery and repair, you would give priority to doing immediate repairs and effecting immediate repairs before moving on to a long-term plan of resilience, as they say, to prevent crises of this nature to reoccur in the future. Now, with that being said, further, my second point is, how is it that we have liquid cash with the aim of providing immediate recovery through these areas and affected individuals, yet a part of the NARA provision is dependent on us applying for incremental loans from the IMF to subsidize it? We have not yet exhausted the available funds according to the government. So how is it that we're looking to borrow loans? And if we have not yet exhausted the amount of funds, was there a report table to say, okay, this is the amount of damage, this is the amount that is required in even the form of an estimate to say, okay, this is the amount of money we need to borrow. So when you're going to table a NARA Act and say, okay, this is what we're going to be doing, looking at it, and has Teach rightfully brought up, the ADRA Act of 1996 is still in play at Advent. This is what it was for. So for you to come up with a new payment, with a new plan to say, okay, this is the plan that we're going to be going with. And in that plan, there is no indication or specified relation to the greatly affected areas such as Westmoreland, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth outlined within that plan. How can you stand there and tell the Jamaican people that, okay, this is for the benefit of the Jamaican people as a whole, when the mass victims are not being spoken about? So I
That is,
understand what you're saying, Mr. Grandson, when you talk about the red tape and bypassing the red tape. But while you do give that explanation, I can also give the explanation that the NARA Act is not geared towards resilience and infrastructure, as it is outlined. Rather, it is more focused on developing this, designated areas upon approval of the minister, because it is outlined within the document itself that the NARA funds cannot be spent.
yeah, go ahead. Somebody came up and it was, yeah, go ahead.
Teach, I'm
Because
going to run, I'm going to get back to work. I will rejoin once you stay on long enough, okay?
All right. Thanks for your contribution,
Yeah,
grandson.
man. Cool.
Now, you couldn't answer part of that question before you leave.
She asked a question. I heard
Yeah.
her, but I never knew she had a question for me.
He.
Oh, he?
Yes, I asked the question, Mr. Grandson. Always where you, I said, my question was, I respect your stance and explanation as it relates to bypassing red tape to get things done faster. But at the same time, I'm asking, how can you not say that NARA will not be using favoritism to specific areas, seen as how approval from the minister is required before funds from the NARA Act are disseminated?
I can't speak to favoritism. I can't speak to that, but the act as it well, it's now in law, and the purpose of it is to get bypass the red tapes that would
Like,
hinder
pardon me, if you would allow me before you go down that
Okay,
road. I
go
covered
ahead.
that, but I asked the question. I already agreed with you and your
Okay,
explanation for the
okay.
red tape.
Yes.
What I specifically ask you is, how can you say that this act will not be geared towards favoritism when approval is required from the minister? That is my question. I
And that's
already agree
why
about the red tapers.
I can't speak to favoritism that it will hinder, and any bias or favoritism would be a part. I can't speak to that.
Thank you. And that's the answer I was looking for. And that proves my point, Teach. That is the
Yes.
ambiguity of the NARA Act one of the greatest ambiguity of the NARA Act that I personally have an issue with.
Okay. And it's
Yeah.
respected. It's respected.
All right, grandson.
Okay, good.
Later, thanks again. Thanks again for your input. Valuable input you have made, right? Okay. So now, for those who are on the platform, I am looking at now, I don't know how many of you were following me from start and know where I'm coming from. Anybody
I
here?
wasn't. I was just listening to what Grandson was
Alright.
explaining. And based on what
Okay.
I read, I responded
Okay.
to what he said.
Okay. Edwin? Welcome, Edwin.
Good evening,
Yeah.
Teach. Good evening, classroom. We just joining because I'm not sure.
Oh, you just joined.
Yes.
And Colin?
What's the topic all about?
Colin? Good evening. Good afternoon. Colin? Maybe Colin never ready to come up here yet. All right. All right. So I am coming from the fact that from 1996, the government of the day formed a partnership with ADRA. And ADRA has been sitting in the office of ODPEM from 1996. The reason given why ADRA was drafted there into this partnership is that the government, after Colin says he's not hearing anything. I wonder what is happening. You have to jump off and come back, Colin. I don't know what is happening. Why Colin is not hearing anything.
But I am hearing you. I don't know if anybody is hearing.
All right.
I'm hearing you as well, Teach.
I'm hearing you now.
Okay, he's back now. All right. Yeah, so I was saying now that from way back as 1996, the government would have mute your mic from it. I've been Colin until I'm ready. All right. Yeah. So the government of the day, they would have looked at ADRA. They would have seen how ADRA operated. ADRA operate in a way that was clear, fair. Please tap up the screen, people. Tap up the screen, tap up the screen, tap up the screen. Join my fan club, and tap up the screen. Please and thanks. Please and thanks. All right. So the government of the day would have looked at ADRA and admired how ADRA was able to move with fairness and with speed after a disaster. And so they invited ADRA to join to a partnership with them, right? And ADRA moves in a way that it cuts red tape and it operates on a transparent, clean track record. So the government would have had ADRA as a model that they could have adopted from 1996 in order to respond to disasters in a quick and efficient way, clean, transparent way, because they would have had ADRA model sitting in the office of ODPEM. I'm asking the question now. Don't you think that the administration from 1996 to now would have had ample time to have developed something, a model like ADRA, that they can move the resources quickly after a disaster? So who wants to take on?
If I would like to take a stab at it, right? And I'm going to pretty much take the existing act of NARA as a definition point to explain, right? Why I feel that the NARA Act is not geared towards benefiting or recovery after immediate crises, more so geared towards using it as a development fund in the absence of true infrastructural development that should have been provided by the government. And let me explain to you what I mean. Currently in the NARA Act, as opposed to the HADRA Act, that HADRA bill that Teach is talking about, there is a section in it that indemnifies the minister and those in authority of it of misappropriations and costs in it. No, as opposed to the ADRA bill, that was not needed. So the first question I pose to the NADRA Act is, why do you need an indemnity or a protection of sorts for misappropriation of funds if the objective of the Act is for infrastructure repair under the guidance of oversight? Why would you need that? That's the first question. No, the blueprint was there for ADRA and it would have worked. It should have worked. It would have worked and it should have worked. However, one of the issues we have with Jamaica is whereas everyone that goes in has a different idea and they believe their idea should work better than the one before. Not looking at the idea or the plan that was implemented before and saying, okay, these characteristics are features that should work and have been working, they erase it. So they literally hit the reset button. Now, as it relates to the overall shadow of corruption that pretty much looms over the current government of Jamaica, the NARA Act in its current form gives leeway to further issuance of that question as to, is this another corruption machine being used to fleece money? And the reason why I put it in that way is that, for example, as I pointed out to Grandson earlier, we already have charitable funds in liquid cash from charities and donations from both local and the diaspora and charity organizations across the world to assist in the repair and recovery after the passage of Melissa, right? This is already in place. So if this is already in place, why was this not yet utilized to its fullest extent amongst the people greatly impacted? It was not done. If they had followed the blueprint of AJA, this would have been the first plan of action. Right?
All right.
This was not done. Additionally to that, in the NARA Act, a portion of it depends on IMF. Now, I am not a finance person, don't get me wrong. In the company I manage, I pay ACA for that. So I will ask the question, however, from an overview, why would I need to share my interest in acquiring a loan or money from a loan source to cover a cost that I'm not yet able to provide? That is like wanting to buy a car, but you don't know the price of the car, yet to borrow 10 million. So now you have a $10 million debt when you only needed $1 million. You literally writing a blank check. And the NARA Act, though it may seem precise, again, I will point to Section 15C, the indemnity clause. It is too ambiguous for us to give an open spending bill of this magnitude to the government. While in its current form, there is no specific mention or directive or guidance given as to how the areas mostly affected by the passage of Melissa will be repaired.
All right. Can you land here for me now and we
I
see if we
do.
can get some of these questions answered? Colin, I'm gonna call on you, Colin, if you're there. Colin. Colin seems to be busy. Colin. Somebody wake up Colin for me, please. All right, Colin is awake.
Yeah. So,
All right. So Colin, you listen to my the question I asked. Did you hear?
no, I did not.
All right. So let me put it to you then. I'm saying that ADRA is sitting in the office of the ADPEM from 1996. ADRA is sitting there. And ADRA is sitting there because ADRA has a very clean track record of moving resources, relief resources fast, and also in terms of accountability, it has a clean record. I'm asking now. So ADRA is able to say the model that ADRA is using would have cut through red tapes. So I'm asking the government from 1996 till now, if the government from 1996 really wanted to help the people, why did they not develop a model? Either use ADRA or develop a model like ADRA for the many years. Have you heard the question?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, one of the things that you have to realize and teach for the sake of the audience, I think you should tell the audience what ADRA means, because not everybody understands the moniker of ADRA. You see, But one of the things that we need to understand is that I think the reason for NARA is because of the fact that we didn't get the new constitution. And because we didn't get the new constitution, if you look at the things that are in
Colin, I don't want to jump to NARA yet. I'm asking, why is it that the governments over the years never tried to develop something, a framework, a model like ADRA, that they could do a clean accountability and move the resources quickly, like ADRA?
Right, but you wouldn't need to do that much of a development because ADRA is already there. So all you have to do is just replicate the same exact movement as ADRA.
And I'm asking, so why we have not done that over the years? And we have ADRA sitting. Remember, you know, ADRA is sitting in ODPEM office from 1996.
Right. But also remember, ADPEM haven't had a meeting since 2018. Also remember that
2018.
yes.
Right. But what happened? But what happened over the years from 1996 coming up?
I think if it was under the previous government, they would have just continued with the same model that you had before.
But the previous government did not develop a model in the to mimic ADRA.
Yeah, but I don't think you have to develop a new molecule for our model, because if ADRA is already there and the formula is already there, it's not a big deal to just say, okay, let's replicate this. I don't think you have to create something new.
But I'm still asking, Colin, why the government of the days coming up from 1996 not replicate? Have they replicate? Any of the governments from 1996 coming up, have they replicated ADRA? So that they are able to move government resources quickly and transparently, like how ADRA moved their resources quickly and transparently?
No, because also remember that the people that were in charge back then were shipped out. You see? So once you don't have the mechanic that formulate the plan, then you're gonna have an issue, because one of the issue that comes up with in case of Melissa is incompetence. You see? And so therefore I don't think that they would be even thinking about replicating a model.
But Colin, I'm still going back to the previous government. They had it from 1996. 1996, I think the administration changed in 2007. So they would have had almost 10 years, I think, from 1996 to 2007. They would have had 10 years,
Right.
more than ample time to have developed something looking like that. They would have had. That is the reason I'm saying that they had actually partnered with ADRA. So why you have ADRA sitting in there? You have a model, and you have not replicated it over the year. You know, set up one body, or structure the whole disaster relief thing. You never structure ADPEM, for example. The whole ADPEM office, you never structure it after ADRA, so that there can be this quick, transparent accountability response. That is the question I'm asking.
If you listen to what the former head of ADPEM said, right? Both of them, the one who is at the UN now, and the other one, I believe, don't quote me on it, I believe they're in Turkey or one of those other countries now, something like that. I don't remember what country they're in now, but they said that they had the plan, they had the formula, they had the system to work. But what they said was they had to leave because too much government interference. You see?
I'm
And
not
so
getting,
that-
I'm not sure I'm understanding what I'm saying. Because I'm saying that you have a model. Let me go again. You have a model. ADRA is a model. ADRA is an agency that has been working for the real disaster relief. Right? And ADRA, before ADRA went to ADPEM, ADRA was operating independently by itself. Right?
Right.
Right. The government saw what ADRA was doing and said, this is a good thing because ADRA has a very clean track record of fairness, because when ADRA is going to give assistance, ADRA does not look at color, party color. It doesn't look at religious affiliation. It doesn't look at it. It just look at the raw needs of the people and assess and ensure that those who are in need get the help. That's how ADRA operates, and ADRA has a track record of that. Right? So the government liked the program and went into a partnership with ADRA. But the partnership they went into with ADRA is that ADRA would have been the first responder in ADPEM, so that when a disaster hit, ADRA would have been the boots on the ground immediately after the hurricane hits. However, ADRA only works under maybe a 72 hours, I think, in terms of after disaster. So after a while, ADRA is after this first response, ADRA is basically ADRA takes its hands off. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. It's like
Then the government-
it's like when you call 911 and the emergency responder come. The
Right.
emergency responder come, save your life, take you to the hospital, and then it's up to the doctors to be with you from there on.
Thank you. So them take their hand off of that after that, right? But I'm saying no. But the governments would have seen that how ADRA, as an agent, how it operates. I am asking for getting a call. So, Colin, getting a call. All right. Let me go to Edwin. Staff Garden, I see you're saying that ADRA was not a part of the PNP. ADRA, it is the PNP government that went into that partnership 1996 with ADRA.
Sometimes we have to kind of pay attention to the comment section because I don't think you're having a debate over here which party implement ADRA. Is that you're trying to say we're not trying. You're saying that ADRA was actually active in the previous time in the hurricane we have, but because them was the first one with boots and ground, and they was actually operate in a manner where we could have trust them. So
It's more than that. It's more than that, Edwin. It's more than that. The government, 1996, under that administration, it was that administration went into signed an MOU with ADRA.
or the same administration.
Give this 1996 administration and signed an MOU with ADRA and take ADRA into ADPEM office. Do you know that ADRA has a seat in ADPEM's office? Even as we speak right now?
Me never know, but it's obvious. I scrap them, I try to scrap it, then that's why they take it out of them portfolio.
It's not really scrapping, you know. It's not really scrapping. It's supposed to be a first responder. ADRA is ODPEM's first responder after a disaster.
But Aja
Get,
is
try
not
and learn this,
an
Edwin.
independent company.
Edwin, try and learn what I'm saying. ODPEM, I think Colin explained it beautifully a while ago. It's like when you call the emergency for hospital for your some emergency situation and you have an accident or something like that, and the ambulance take you to the hospital, right?
Yeah.
That's the first responder. But when they go to the hospital, they're going to turn you over to the doctors. So after them turn you over to the doctors, them for them work done.
Okay. You understand?
So ADPEM is the first, not ADPEM, ADRA is the first responder for ADPEM. So ADRA is actually working under the legal framework of ADPEM. So when a hurricane hits, ADRA boots would be on the ground first before ADPEM people, before any government people probably reach. ADRA would have been the ones on the ground. They would have been, and they have their resources, not government resources, but they have their resources. Yes, staff garden. Yes, respect. We'll catch up. So they would have moved in, as we say, like with emergency supplies, water, medication, because ADRA has doctors, nurses, they have their medical team. So if there are injuries, they would legally have that right to go in and attend to those who are injured. You know, so if you're not operating under a legal framework and you even run go get some assistance and somebody dead, then can sue you.
Yeah, that's a breach.
Right. So therefore, ADRA is protected by ODPEM's legal framework. So if ADRA go in and trying to give some assistance and the person dead, no, they can't sue ADRA. That's the point.
Oh, okay.
Right? And if there is a disaster, if there is an area that is declared as disaster zone, and the government implement let's say a state of emergency.
Yeah, they have legal rights to go through.
Thank you. So they have legal right to go through it, to go give assistance.
Okay.
Right. So that is basically what ADRA's work would have been. You understand? So after that, ADRA leaves. Well, ADRA helps also in identifying those who are in need. They work with the Ministry of Labor and Security, right? They also do the data collection and turn it over to the ministry, I think, the Ministry of Labor, right? When they do that, they take their hands off. But I'm saying now that ADRA has a framework that is clean. They set up their framework, their framework in terms of disaster response in a way that they are able to be accountable for their resources. They are transparent and they are also fair in their distribution. So that's a framework that's an agency that is working. It's an independent agency of government still, but they have a framework that works well in terms of responding, right? And would have been able to cut through red tape, so to speak. It cuts through the red tape. It works its way. It structured its thing so that it is able to cut through red tape. So I am saying now that this office, this agency is sitting in ODPEM. I am asking the question, why the government from 1996 till now couldn't adopt, couldn't mimic something like that over the years. So that now when we are at this stage, we would have had something in place. These were money sitting down now cannot move, would have been able to move. That's the question I'm asking. Why the government over the years could not have developed something like ADRA?
You know what, Teach? As I said earlier when I responded to you,
Yes.
the current framework of NARA is not designed to act in the same way as ADRA does.
But Julian, before me reach to NARA, me not reach to NARA yet. I am asking about the government of 1996 coming up, the successive government.
I was about to go there. I was about to answer that because I'm not diving into NARA either, right? But I was about to say the current framework of NARA and its language is indicative of basically what the government wants to do. The successive governments have been wanting to do since 1996 until now.
Yeah.
We saw
Yeah.
this in the aftermath of Ivan.
Yes.
We saw this in the aftermath of the hurricane after Ivan. We saw this
Yeah.
in the aftermath after Beryl. The
Yeah.
objective of the government is not to utilize resources and funds that become available in an immediate quick response system.
Yes.
The
Yes.
objective of the government is to
Yes.
convert those funds that are supposed to be for emergency response into infrastructural development. This
Yes.
is one of the main reasons why they have not adopted the ADRA Act that you are talking about. And this
Yes.
is the reason why ADRA has practically been frozen out of emergency response in the Office of the Disaster Preparedness Management.
Yeah.
Because when you look at what happened after Ivan, the objective
Yes.
of the government, even though it was PNP back then, was never been, okay, let's repair roads as quickly as possible. Let's restore power as quickly as possible. Let's restore schools as quickly as possible. It was more
Yes.
geared towards repairing the high-end areas, the metropolitan areas and the municipalities. It was after these areas were repaired and restored to some functionality was consideration given to the general public. And
Yes.
even then it was abysmal in comparison to the ongoing repairs that was given to municipalities and metropolitan area. So to answer your question, the objective is not to have a emergency management system, response system like what ADRA does. It's basically
Yes.
a tool to convert. They're basically allowing it to be a tool to convert the emergency funds into something the government can use to fund itself in infrastructural development.
I wonder if I am putting on too much of an acid test this evening. You think I'm putting on too much of an acid test?
No, you are not, because if people were
Edwin?
to
Edwin, well, let me ask Edwin something. Edwin?
I don't think so, not Teach, because as we say, you're
Because
they always come with
I noticed that some people, it seems as if some persons are shying away from the platform.
You won't find that, Teach. When it come down to exam time, you know, a lot of students won't skip class.
Oh, they skip class.
teach, I'm gonna point out something to you that you may have not noticed, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna point out something that you may have not noticed.
Yeah.
You see, when you bring up ADRA and the time frame of ADRA,
Yes.
PNP was the one in power. And unfortunately, what I've come to realize is that currently, and it's kind of disheartening to make this comparison, but currently, a lot of PNP supporters are have the belief that if you were to look at the performance of Mark Golding as the opposition leader or PNP as a whole, and you were to bring up your failings, that is you campaigning against the PNP. So when you have conversations like these, they shy away from it because that would be you highlighting failures and where they could have been better. Are you saying they were a corrupt and corrupt government? No, you are not. But this is the take that they take. And unfortunately, the comparison is that they are pretty much looking at it in the same way the Jamaica Labour Party supporters react when you bring up the failings of the Jamaica Labour Party. They see it as an attack, not a conversation.
And that's why I'm asking, and and that's why I am. You notice that's why I'm sticking to this point at this point to say ADRA is sitting in the office of ODPEM from 1996, and I'm saying that the governments, successive governments, would have had this brilliant idea sitting right in the seat of a government agency, and you never think of mimicking this organization to see if you can get, because we have been complaining about why disaster resources are not moved quickly after a disaster. But here we have one organization sitting right in the ODPEM office that can move, has demonstrated, has a good track record. That is why they are sitting there, of being able to cut the red tape and get the resources moving. Why successive governments have not developed one model like ADRA? And we are here today, and we come with NARA, but NARA still can't move anything until January. So that's my big question today. Yes. Edwin, you want to come back in now? If you know that you probably would have had a better understanding of what I'm saying.
May I do some work in it, so give me a second.
Okay.
As soon as they clear that area, yes, and then you can respond. Inside
Teach.
Yeah.
Let's see when I have the conversation, since as people are sharing away from it, right?
Yes.
Let's have the conversation.
Yes.
If it is that we live, all right, so let's give some context. First converse point of the context is that Jamaica has always existed in a tropical climate zone. We live pretty much on the equator, right?
Yes.
So in that way, we are prone to hurricanes.
Yes.
We're prone to them, right?
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, when ADRA was formalized between 1995 to September.
No. Let me put clarity to it. ADRA wasn't formed in 1996.
Yes, that's the reason. I know
ADRA,
people are thinking it was formed in 1996.
ADRA was far long before that. But ADRA was an independent agency. It's a church organization. So
Yes,
it was. Yeah. But when the MOU between the ODPEM and ADRA was 1996.
So
that's when they started partnering with ADRA, 1996.
Right. So thank you for that clarification, right? Now, with that being said, ADRA was proven to be for people as an immediate response to emergency crisis situations, right?
Yeah.
In the absence of funding and all of that, right? Now, one of the things in successive governments that I have noticed, you have noticed, and it's plain to see, it is documented in great detail, right? Is that immediate response to rural areas or rural infrastructure, it's never a priority for successive governments, right? And as we have seen after several hurricanes in Jamaica, what we have seen after several hurricanes in Jamaica is that up to 2 years after the hurricane, when an audit is done in response to another situation, you find out that, okay, so wait, where you trying to say the school long as that mirror never repaired it after a flooding, but we still have millions sitting there unspent. Right? So that has been an issue in successive governments since 1996, right up until where we are today. And here's what's something that happened along that journey a lot in these successive governments: misappropriation of funds when an audit is done. So what happens in the misappropriation of funds is where, so you have $20 million from say 2004 for Ivan. 2006 they do audit and realize say only 14 million was actually spent in hurricane repairs and infrastructure repairs, right? And then you ask the question, only 14 million was spent, but at the same time, when you check the bank account, we have less than $10 million in there. Then no one can explain where that money went. So this is administration over the is ADRA would have done their statistical review of impacted people. They would have tabled that report to the governor to add them, and then the Prime Minister's office, and then the Prime Minister, through the Ministry of Labour and Security, would then be able to disseminate repairs and funding to the most impacted people, right? So whereas greater focus is given to municipalities and metropolitan areas, that would not be allowed to happen because the report provided by ADRA in its initial report would have outlined the urgency and the areas that are in dire need of assistance. So that guidance would be in writing. So if, let's say, for example, after Ivan's example, after the damage was done to St. Mary, if a report is tabled and in the presence of the Prime Minister, you couldn't just get up and spend your money on repairing downtown Kingston, because guess what happened? The report indicated that priority should be focused on St. Mary. And then organizations would then be enabled and emboldened to ask the question with evidence to say, see it here, this is what ADRA provided, this is where it's truly damaged. Why are you focusing on Kingston downtown when all then get a little bit of water flooding where you need to clean the Jordan? So these questions could have been enabled to ask. So by not entertaining the model of ADRA that was adopted in 1996 and making it a policy through ADPEM, it enables them to pretty much divert and focus on where they wanted to. And this has been the trend over years, right?
Yes.
Fast forward to the current situation we're in.
Yes.
In NARA, in the NARA document, as I have said, they've not made reference to the greatly impacted areas of Manchester, Central District, and Westmoreland. Instead, the only clear outline we've heard is that they want to build a new hospital in the Kingston metropolitan area.
Yes.
Now, for people that are not properly paying attention, I understand you may hear the question teachers asked, but let's not be confused. NARA is not designed to be a emergency response unit to help in infrastructure repair after the passage of an earthquake, of a hurricane. Let's not be clear. It is within the text. It is designed to be a resilience and infrastructure development program. It's fancy wordplay, but it is in writing, and you read through all the sections of that document, it is clearly defined. So the funding that should be made available for the less fortunate and victims of a hurricane are no longer being given priority. These fundings are now being allocated for infrastructural development. Now, the downside to that, and no, don't get me wrong, I personally don't have a problem with infrastructural development, but that is always required in any facility. However, in this case, the fundings, the context of funding being sought out or to be utilized is hurricane response. So for you to say, okay, we're not going to adopt the ADRA blueprint, we're going to now move with NARA, you have completely overstepped the immediate scenario and situation that is on the ground. You have not outlined how will you handle state of emergencies where there's, as an example, a repeat of Melissa.
Yes.
But teach, if I am thinking about this question that you put out from a corruption angle. We can look on it like this is not corruption. It is obvious, that the government them are actually use all these measures that they are implementing to stall these funds, to see actually who can afford to kind of take themselves back up off a ground zero and ignore the help they should get from the government, because make no sense to grow on the corner, that's exactly what's going on right now. So
Yes, go ahead.
because if you look on it, we in a 8 months going 9 months long since it Melissa devastated Jamaica.
Yeah.
And if you have like, we could say between 75 to 80% of people still don't receive no help from the government, were really in need. How long can these people go sit down speaking like we're talking about after today? How long more than can wait without you have to go say, listen me along, me fed up, me can't wait no more. So me I go say me can do something for my own. So all of those people put in application. Easy for them to get to the side, because if they not keep up with checking back, if not really go on, then all the government going to do, and just as the gen come and say, I transfer these funds towards something else where they see enough for them side they see more beneficial.
Yeah. Yes. And let me just sort of see if we could have got update you on the amount of money that is really sitting. Let me see if we can find it out. And if we can get one
Colin,
a total.
is it
I would
Colin?
love to get.
See, when we say this, people say we're fear mongering or being conspiracy theorists, but we're not. Because
Come again?
I said when we say this, that they're literally using the Nara Act as a starting tactic to fleece the funds for other projects. When we say that, people say we're fear mongering or we're being conspiracy theorists, right? However, when the Auditor General tabled their report, right?
Yeah.
What we found out is that
Top of the screen.
we still
Top of
have
the
money
screen.
and we suppose we still have money unspent.
Top of the screen. Let activity show, because people are setting to report the live, let activity continue on the while we talk, right? Let the activity continue. Yes.
So I was
Go
saying
ahead.
is that the case in to prove the point, right? When the Auditor General did a recent audit, and it was found out that we still have money left over from burial unspent and repairs were not completed. That's case in point. And mind you, to be clear, it does not state that we have the money. It states that based on the money we initially had, we should have X amount of millions sitting there that were unspent.
Yeah.
To make that clear distinction.
I was trying to see if we can break it down in terms of the amount of money. I'm trying to see if I can find back that thing that I have, because I had it breakdown to the amount, the amount that was cited that is still sitting. Basically, that's what they say, still sitting, not being moved. Right? You do you have that figure before you? I'm trying to find it right now.
Unfortunately, no, I don't. My screens are preoccupied with work, unfortunately.
Yeah, my screen have a lot of stuff on it, and I should have sort of do something to be able to find this quickly at hand. But I did that research not too long ago, which shows that the money there is money sitting in the all right, let me look at this one. Let me look here, sir. Let me look here. All right. All right. So, one, we have what we call the lazy money scandal. The government says large scale recovery takes time and careful planning. But the reality is 1.44 billion in cash donated by citizens and the diaspora is sitting in bank accounts doing nothing. That's a failure. 80% of the money had no plan or commitment attached to it months after the storm. It wasn't blocked by paperwork. It was stalled by poor planning. So this 1.44 billion was not stalled, and a red tape stalled it, I wonder if you're hearing me. You can bear me out on it.
I'll sit here. I think people
The
should listen to us.
1.44 billion is sitting where we're only how much is spent out of it again? Less than 2%, they say. No, sir?
Yep.
Right. That one is not stalled by they say 80% of the money had no plan. 88% of the money had no plan or commitment attached to it months after the storm. So it wasn't blocked by paperwork. So on a red tape blocked the money while the money couldn't move. It is because of poor planning. Because they never planned. They no plan for the money. The money just put on there. How does that look? Anybody with me here?
I said before, teach. The
Yeah.
objective is not about.
Yeah.
As I
Hold
said
on.
before,
Hold on there.
Bring
Mr.
them
Ingram
here.
joining me. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Ingram.
Good afternoon, Teach.
Yeah.
And as you
Good
make that, I'm
afternoon.
actually trying to eat something. But the fact that they make that point, I have to break the meal because not only that, but the general found out that the money was actually in the account, but there was no arrangement on the terms and conditions why the money was in the account. And I noted with interest in the morning when the money was not in an account, in a government account. It was
Yeah,
in
it
the
was in a private. In a bank. In a bank.
Right. And there was no contract in place or terms and conditions in which the
Just
bank
tap
was
up the
holding
screen,
that
people.
money.
Tap up the screen. Activity. Tap up the screen. You need activity.
So there was
You're
no
echoing though,
terms and
Mr.
conditions.
Like somebody's taping or I don't know.
No man, no matter about that.
Because you're echoing.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So let me just mute, let me point and mute. So the money was in the bank
Yes.
and it was there was no condition. So the bank would have that money 3-4 months, $1 million, 3-4 months. And that money would not be sitting in the bank like that. It would be sitting in the bank at sub-interest rate. So it's a gross careless act that is happening there.
But Mr. Ingram, you don't like to address this one before you run.
Which one?
Were you listening to me when in terms of Adra's partnership with Adpen?
No, I wasn't listening and I don't
All
think
right.
I'm to stay with the
Yeah.
Ajak thing either.
You don't what?
I'm not familiar with that
All right.
organization you mentioned.
Let me just quickly repeat again. All right. Just mute your mic because you're echoing. All right. So Adra is the Adventist relief agency, right? Which had a very good track record of distributing relief fairly, and also have a good track record of accountability for their resources, clean bill of accountability, transparency. So much so that the government in 1996 admired that group and invited them to to partner with ODPM or ODPEM, right? And ADRA since then has been sitting in the office of ODPEM. I am asking the question now. Since ADRA has a structure, has set up their machinery in such a way that it can cut through red tapes and move the resources almost instantly to affected persons and doing it in a fair way, why is it the governments from 1996 to now have not adopted or mimic ADRA so that they could have by now been cutting through the red tapes quickly after a disaster? Can you answer that?
Excellent question, Teach, but I don't have a clue why they would do that. They have a clue. And all these questions point in one direction, you know.
Yes.
It points in one direction that there have to be some ulterior motive why things are angled the way they do in Jamaica. And when I look at this NARA, look at this NARA bill and see that there's no form of accountability structure there, and I'm hastening to say, we have 370 billion expenditure, and 70% of that was done without any procurement.
Even Mr. Ingram, I cut out. We not hear you.
Charmaine?
Mr. Ingram? What do you say?
Okay. Charmaine is here. Let me talk to Charmaine. You're following Charmaine?
Yeah, man.
Just come on. Yeah, man.
Oh, you just come on. So you're not following. You weren't listening. You're not following what the conversation.
I don't know where it start from, so I didn't catch it.
Okay.
I'm on the road.
Oh, you're on the road. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm driving. So give me like about 15 minutes before I.
All right.
Please.
All right. Extreme, you can't come up here. Extreme. We're inviting some other persons up here. Extreme. I saw I'm not seeing some other persons. Yeah. Let's have England stop. All right. Yes. So back to the thing now. Edwin. So we are saying now that you have one excellent model sitting in the office of ODPEM from 1996. Nobody not try to adapt. Nobody not try to model it. So that now when we are at this stage, we would have had one system in place. Not just something like NARA, but something that would have been permanently in place. So that anytime a disaster strike, we would have had that response emergency. As Jolene said, that an inept, we would consider that as an inept governance in that area. Inept, because you can't have something that you see. You have seen this thing working and you have not mimic it. If you really wanted to yes, Jamaica in focus. I wouldn't mind if you could join me up here. Hope, I wouldn't mind if you could join me up here. Hope. Yes, yes, because this is a very, very, because this evening, this evening, acid test is being run. It's an acid test we're running today. Like, because if you notice, Edwin, I say my platform is not about PNP and it is not about JLP. It is about good governance, right? So the acid test is being run today. So let me see who can take off their orange coat and those who can take off their green coat. Good evening, Hope.
Evening, and to the rest of the panelists and the 18 and the participants.
Yes.
Good evening.
I don't know if you were listening, me Hope.
No, I just came in. Actually,
Jamaica and Focus, I wouldn't mind if you're available. Jamaica? Okay. He said he'll join in a few minutes. All right. So here the situation, here the scenario that we face this evening, Hope.
And
No.
you want to align me to a person, a citizen that stands for principle, order, discipline, good governance, and I'm going to have a, yes, there may be a bias, but if any other group, party are doing the right thing, best believe me, I'm gonna give it credit, I'm gonna recommend it, and I'm not going to speak out against it. I'm just simple. My body is embraced with principle. My blood, my bloodline, my veins. I can't help but doing the right thing. And professing all that I do the right thing all the time, but that's what I want to see.
Yes.
I'm a man of God. And if you're a man of God, you align yourself with principle things, righteous doings.
All right. So let me put this scenario to you now. ADRA is the Adventist, I'm not sure if it is disaster relief agency. I'm not sure if that D is for disaster, but it's an agency that deals with relief supplies and deal with disaster relief.
Yeah.
Right?
Something of that of food for the poor.
Something more like that, but I think it's wider than that.
Okay.
It deals with disaster relief.
Right.
Post the link for it in the website and the chat in the comments, so persons can take a look at that, what it stands for and how they function.
Yeah.
Yeah. So based on ADRA's, and ADRA is an international agency. It's not just local. It's not just in Jamaica. It's all over the world. Right? But based on how ADRA operates, ADRA set up a system that is able to cut through red tapes in the case of an emergency. So what it does, it pre-approve some things. You understand?
Yeah.
Pre-approve, so that resources can release quick after a hurricane. And because
without going through the bureaucratic process.
Right. Because they would have set some prerequisites. So maybe, like, say, for example, if a category 4 hurricane is going to hit, they would now look at what kind of response would be needed for that. And they would sort of pre-approve some things, move some things into some area, because based on where the hurricane would have been projected to make landfall, they would have now moved some resources close to that area, so that after the hurricane, relief can move quickly into the affected areas, right?
Right.
And
So
Adra,
laws that governs any such thing would be relaxed, eh?
yeah, well, it's not so much relaxing, but as I said, they would have preset the thing. So
Okay.
if a hurricane of category 4 is gonna hit, then you know that certain amount of resources would be needed immediately after that hurricane, wherever it would strike. You understand? So you would have to wait on about this procurement thing, and you're waiting for people to sign, and you're waiting for people. No, that would have been preset
Right.
already. Right.
Right.
And ADRA has been operating that way, transparent and effective. So much so that the government in 1996 thought it would have been a good idea to partner with ADRA to help to get things going fast after a hurricane. And one of the other things that they asked ADRA is that ADRA had a track record of fair distribution. They have
Okay.
a track record of fair. So when ADRA is doing their relief, ADRA don't look in a face, and ADRA don't look in a orange or green. ADRA
Right.
look at the need and recommend that need and assist that need. Right? So the government has ADRA now in a MOU sitting in Outpem. Do you know that ADRA sits in Outpem office? Do you know that?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you this afternoon that ADRA sits in the office of Outpem from 1996. From as
Okay.
far back as 1996. Surprising?
No, not at all.
All right. So I am asking the question this afternoon now. If the governments from 1996, successive governments from 1996, really wanted to help suffering people after a disaster, why do they have such a model sitting in Outpem and not mimic it from 1996? Could you give me a reason why the governments, successive governments, would have had a model like that sitting in the office of Outpem and not model it? Asking your hope.
A myriad of reasons. But the first thing that comes to mind is political intent, political victimization. Looking back, and you say in your deliberation just now to say
Yes.
that ADRA don't look on color
Right.
or creed. No.
Right.
Government here, and even what we see, we can easily say that this government would appear would deal with, based on the regular poor governance and irregularities that taking place a lot in recent times. We could say that they would have not used that medium because it's going to be too fair. It's going to be too transparent.
Yes.
And they want to look on looking at their people who support them.
But wouldn't you say that is the same reason why the previous government would not have modeled it? Because from 1996 to 2007, that would have almost been about 10 years. They would have had that model sitting on, and they never did anything about it.
Truth of the matter is, I don't want to give rise to it. We have never experienced any hurricane of the magnitude of what happened in October.
Come again?
We have never experienced since 12th of September 1988, the magnitude of hurricane, the winds, we
Yeah,
got
but
a category 5
regardless of the magnitude of a hurricane, but I'm saying that based on what, because this was the government of the day took ADRA in place because of the scandals and of previous hurricanes, because of the scandal and the in terms of how funds were distributed and the political scandals that went along with these distributions. So that is why they.
It could also mean that based on the model that our local people, ODPM, has adopted and mimicked the process back in those times, and then therefore it wouldn't be needed because they would be following the same principles as ADRA in past times.
What I'm saying, Hope, they had never developed like how this government actually are trying to model. I would have said try to model, but they have not yet, because NARA is not like ADRA. But it is, I think they would have been trying to do something similar to ADRA. Why I'm saying, why the governments over the years never develop one unit or develop a system even within ADPEM, so that you can have this kind of quick response, quick and effective, transparent, accountable response.
Well, I don't even know if I want you to mix up ADRA with NARA, you know. Because NARA, I'm of the view that NARA was set up on a political basis.
I don't want to deal with NARA. Me coming to NARA, but me want to look over the years first. Why the governments over the years never set up something like this, so that you can really move the resources quickly after a disaster?
Yeah, but I don't know that. Look at all the other hurricanes that hit Jamaica. Didn't we dealt with them promptly and fast, and things went smooth? Ivan, all of those.
No. We have had. I'm saying that it is because of the scandals, because of things were not moving, because of red tape in 1994 after Ivan. That is why the government looked at ADRA to say what other efficient way we could now use. That's why they invited ADRA into their office. But they have ADRA there sitting down and not doing, they never do anything further than having ADRA sitting there, basically. And only have ADRA as our first responder. Because ADPEM have, right now as we speak, ADRA is the first responder for ADPEM in a disaster. So why do we have ADRA sitting there with such an excellent model, and we have not developed that model over the years?
You have to remember also, you have to look on that, you know, it may very well work well within a developed country where there is the capital budget is so high, and the GDP is good, and all this thing, the economy is good, right? Money is there to fund such a program. I don't know that.
We're talking about the money that is available to move it fast, because that is the challenge we're having. It's not so much about we don't have enough money to address. Well, we will never ever have enough money to address, even in big America. We never have enough money.
Point of order, please.
Hold on. Yes, Charmian.
So what about the insurance money for the hurricane relief? Remember the government at the insurance, so that is a part of it too. Should be there to spend.
Remember these monies are mentioned, you know. I don't know if these money are yet allocated.
Right.
These are just
But Charmaine,
money functions.
Charmaine, I
Yes.
hope. Me no reach down to that part there because me I can't deal with that part there, you know. But me no
All
reach
right.
down
Let me
there.
wait till you reach down there.
Yeah, the part for me there is to say, because you know that my platform, I don't delve into politics. So when I'm cutting, my platform is free to cut across. Blue, green, orange, anywhere. You understand? So I am saying now
Yeah.
that from 1996, you have had this good agency model that you could develop one system that when hurricanes strike, right after the hurricane, this system can chip in and it can move the resources quickly, efficiently, transparently, accountable. Why the governments over the year never really adopted like what ADRA did and so that these resources can move from them. So me dealing with the governments from before this present government now.
And any response to your question would be speculation because I don't have any evidence as to why it is ignored. And I don't want to speak. I went to just speak of a basic opinion or my thinking off my feet to say that, you know, it's political and it you know, success is administration don't use it because it deems too transparent and fair.
It deems too transparent and fair.
Yes.
Hope look like you take off something now. It's like you take off one color now.
No, me not take off no color. Not take off no color. Me say success is administration.
So repeat it again, Hope. So repeat it again. Make people draw their own conclusion. You're not going to say what it is. You're only saying that.
I'm speculating. I have no evidence as to why the program was not exercised. But
Yeah.
because the program deems
Yes.
transparent and fair,
Yes. Too clean.
too clean.
No, sir. No, sir.
Sometimes when I take it seriously, I'm not laughing. I'm serious.
You know, easy not cheat. You like to draw people.
Whoops, she just look like somebody start tape you.
Better Roach come up, man. Because he doesn't do it. But you know what I'm saying? But it's upon a serious level, though. But it's upon a serious level, though, teach. And a serious level. People don't really understand, you know, the language you mix with the narrow academy and the complications that are coming. People don't.
It's you teaching, man. Lord have mercy.
Hey, you know,
We're going to write up. We're going to write up your treaty.
Hold on.
Write up your treaty.
This evening, I said this evening program is going to put on an acid test, you know.
Oh God, teacher, easy as that. But me tell you, me make sure they click. You realize when I came on, it's like the Holy Spirit, not easy, you know. You hear what I said when I came on?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. I remember I never heard the discussion. Never heard it.
Yes.
That's all. Too transparent.
Yes.
That was from 1996. How much government change?
That
from
is what I'm
time to
saying.
now?
That we have a successive government. We have changes of government over the years. And
I can give up on 3.
None of them.
3.
None of them.
I
And
first not hear about this.
And the significant point I'm making,
I first heard about this
significant point
program.
I'm making is that the significant point I'm making is that
And what I want to suggest.
Adra, hold on. Before you come in, Hope.
Yeah.
Well, Hope. The significant point I'm making right now, and I'm trying to drive home, is that this agency is sitting in UNPEM from 1996 up to present day, up to today.
And I just want for balance checks and balances and greater clarity to the question you're asking, that you don't leave it in the air and everybody go off on a tangent to believe that is really the facts. And those who had the model using the government at the time would have been best to say to us, why didn't you not pursue this? Even the present government, why didn't you not pursue this and get a view from them? And so we don't go off on a tangent to form our own opinions and views that are not in keeping with the facts. Yeah? It would be good to get it from those who have the program and who had used the program before. Someone who had used the program, so you get
Hold on, Hope. Let me educate you. Let me educate you again. Let me educate you how the program runs. Because we need to understand how it really works. ADPEM and ADRA. So there is a MOU with ADRA and ADPEM. ADRA has a seat in ADPEM. ADRA is the first responder for ADPEM as we speak. Even in this last hurricane before, ADRA, they were the first responder in these hurricanes.
And when you mention ADRA, you're speaking of the literal document, yes?
It's a body. It's a body. It's an NGO.
Okay.
Right. So it's a body that operates. It operates itself. It's an international body. Right. So it's not just Jamaica. It's not just localized. It's international. ADRA by itself has some resources, but it don't have the kind of resource like what the government would have had. So ADRA, before this MOU was signed, ADRA was operating independently by itself without no government partnering. They used to operate separated apart totally from the government.
In percentage, what is their success rate out of 100?
And I'm saying that ADRA operates. So when disaster strike, ADRA usually come in with their resources, relief supplies, and assist. After they had the MOU now, they become the first responder. So they operate under the legal framework of ADPEM. Meaning that ADRA now can go, because ADRA has medical team, apart from it has resources, food supplies, clothing, and all sort of stuff. Because they get supplies from I think USAID. USAID. Right? Yeah. So they have some resource, but it can be matched with the government resource that the government would have had. So they don't do large scale operations like rebuilding of schools, rebuilding a road, repairing a road, and all them sort of stuff there. They would just deal mainly with basically first aid and food and so forth, food and clothing. Right? So I'm saying now that they are the first responder. So now they can go in with their medical team and they can assist medically. And if somebody should die under their hands while they are administering some medical help, then they would have been protected by the law. You understand? You following me?
Yes, sir.
If there is an area that is disaster, what do you call it now? Is declared as a disaster zone, and there is there is a state of emergency, and they would have been able to go through that barrier with ease because they are operating legally under the government, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm saying no. You'd have had this model. You'd have had this model of, and why the government took it in is because of its clean track record.
So
The government,
why
the government
only
partnered with them because of the clean track record.
so why
I am
ODPM
saying no.
could not carry out the same functions?
I am
Effectively.
saying no. You have this kind of agency, this kind of group under your, right in your office that you could model. That is what I'm saying, you could have modeled what they do. Why the governments from 1996 to now have not developed a model like ADRA? And you said a while ago that maybe it's because that model is too clean,
Transparent.
too clean. They have a track record of fairness in terms of their distribution. As I said, when they're going to do their distribution, they're not talking about no color, and they're not going into that area because that area they are green, or they're not going into that area because that area is orange. They are going and they are just looking at the needs, those who are in need.
But Teach, let me ask you a question. In the 90s when ADRA was around, who was the head of ADRA then?
I know when ADRA was around, Colin,
No man, no, you know
ADRA
what I
is
mean. When
still,
they were actually no. Let's not go off on a tangent. When you were used for the operation.
I'm saying, Colin, they are still being used. They still sit same way, same place, same thing, same.
Yeah, but they're sitting dormant. They're not used in the way that they were used in the 90s.
They are used same way. They're in terms of first responder. It's still ADRA. In this hurricane we pass, they are first responder. I've seen them on the ground, first responder, since this hurricane.
But they weren't the first there in Westmoreland. The army was there before they were.
They are actually sitting in Westmoreland because ADRA have agents sitting in every parish, in almost every district, every community.
Remember, say, what Nestor Morgan said was that we could not send in ADPEM or any other emergency management until we assess the situation, because there was electric wire down and this was down and that was down, and we had to make sure we cleared the area to make sure it was safe for first responders to go in.
ADRA is living in the community. Because those ADRA personnels are volunteers who live in the communities.
That's what I was asking. Who was the head of
people are
ADRA
living
in the
in my community.
Who was the head of ADRA in the 90s?
Who is the head of ADRA? ADRA is based. ADRA is a church-based organization, international.
Jamaica have to have a head that would deal with Jamaica issues.
Well, it would have been the Seventh-day Adventist Union, Jamaica Union.
Okay. So it's based out of the Seventh-day Adventist church.
Yes.
Right, but they were not the first to get there in Westmoreland. I remember when Andrew had said that he was going to use them as some of the distribution points, but not as a first responding. You see,
Check the ADPEM law. Check the ADPEM Act. The ADPEM Act, ADRA legally is the first responder for the government. They are first responders for the government legally.
yeah, ADPEM is, but not ADRA.
ADRA is first responder. Check the act.
ADRA is the first responder for the government?
In any disaster,
Or is it?
ADRA is mandated by the government to be the first responder.
So if ADRA is
I think it need more than that, Chief. It must have to set to deal with certain times of
with ADPEM,
and certain types
because
of certain type of disaster.
But Colin gave us a very good example a while ago of first responder. So they move in as first responder. That means they go in, it is the same members of the church who live in the same communities that after as soon as the breeze stop, them start walk the ground. So they don't wait on government to start. They start walking the ground because they are the first responders. So they start walking the ground same time after the hurricane and start
the
doing their
question
assessment. Yes.
If they're not waiting on government, then
Yes.
who is the one that is supplying them with safety mechanism and those type of things?
In terms, you mean like safety gears, or
Right.
or
Yeah,
the
because if
safety
you're going-
in terms of like security assistance around.
No, man. Safety gears.
Safety gears,
You know,
they have their own
Yeah,
gears.
PPE and those type of things.
They have their own supply, ADRA has their own supply, because when ADRA move in with their own supply, not government supply.
What is the benefit? What is the benefit that the NGO partnering with the government get? What is their benefit from offering the service?
Most NGO are basically just charity. It's the same as a charity. There's some NGO though that have ulterior motive or have agenda when they go into certain places to do certain things. USAID is one of those NGO that had motives and had agenda when they go into different countries.
No man,
Somebody will tape you, like somebody will tape you.
Number tape, yeah. Somebody taping me. Psycho man, them always target me, Yeah, they always target me. They have to be funded by someone. They can't just be getting their resources, just getting up and
I
doing
am
things.
saying to you, Hope, that it is a church organization, so the church pull together, and also USAID also give assistance. They always get assistance from USAID.
But USAID is no longer in business.
But the church still pulls its funds together.
Right, I
So
understand
they
that
don't
part.
only get it from US. I'm saying that they used to get substantial assistance from USAID. But it is not so much the resources when I'm talking about. The only part of the resource that I want to pull in the discussion is to say that they were able to move their resources immediately after the hurricane, cutting through their red tape. So they have a system that is clean, accountable, transparent, and fair in their distribution. That is the point I'm making. So they have one model. They have a model there so that they are able to move. I'm saying, why is it that the governments from 1996 have not modeled, and they have this agency sitting in ADPEM? Why have the governments not modeled and set up a system for a long time ago that would have been able to be moving the resources, you have to say, immediately after disaster?
I'm saying, why is it that the government don't empower ODPM to deal with all of that? Why don't we have?
That's what I
Yeah,
was about to
why
say.
don't we empower the government, empower ODPM
Yes.
in those regards to deal with those things?
That is the question I'm asking. So you have that agency, this good agency that has this good track record of managing funds and moving funds quickly and fairly, and with a clean accountability system in place to track their resources and can account for the resources.
Also, if we should look back on previous government, whether it's PJ through Ivan, Portia through Sandy and Dean and so forth, ODPM never really had this bad track record or bad evidence of incompetence and failure to move and
To deal with
the weapon and can't fire it.
Exactly.
You see? Exactly. So it once again, and I was saying this to you earlier, Teach, the people who were leading ODPM during the previous government, when this government came in, they got rid of them because these people have masters and doctorate in emergency management. And these people, as soon as Jamaica let them go, they were scooped up by international organization to go, one scooped up by the UN, and I think one went to Switzerland, and one went to work for CARICOM. You know, and so we have these people, but when we have a government who is a hush hush, rush rush, sweep under the rug type of government, they got rid of the world qualified people and put in someone who they figure is a yes man or yes woman, and that is the major issue when it comes to ODPM.
If I give you the history of how ODPM was invited to this partnership, it was because of the scandal after Ivan. It was because of the scandal after Ivan and its and how the distribution was politicized. And that is why the government of the day said, we want to get the politics out of this. And when they look at ADRA, they said that ADRA was a very good model. And they invited ADRA to become a part of ADPEM, to partner and put them into ADPEM. So to say that because they weren't experiencing some of what is happening today, I don't think that would be a fair comment, because that is the reason why the government of the day made that move to partner with ADPEM, do the history. Anybody want to respond to that?
I still believe that ADPEM can still be empowered. Give it the resources that is needed, and they can
Yes,
do it.
Hope. May I agree with that, What I'm saying is why the governments over the year not develop something like ADRA that can move the things then. Because look how long in this present situation now, look how long we hear says resources are there, but the resource is not moving.
Remember also we have to look on the fact that disasters in Jamaica are seasonal. So we're going to look on disaster from June to October.
But wouldn't you say that the governments over the period coming right up to this one is inept then? To have not developed a proper system. Look how long ADRA has its system running good and fair and clean.
Yeah.
And not today, because that is why the government of the day had asked ADRA to partner with them because of ADRA's clean track record. So ADRA has a clean track record from 1996 and from before. And I'm saying, look how many years that, and we have governments that pass. We can't develop one clean system like for ADRA. That's my point, And then when you look at this government, and when I look at this government now even shift ADPEM into its office, meaning to say ADRA is sitting right under the Prime Minister's nose. Right now as we speak, ADRA is sitting right under the Prime Minister's nose with this good model. And even when you touch on NARA now, because when you look at what NARA is trying to develop, but when you look at NARA now is not the structure, the framework of NARA is, I don't think it's nowhere near ADRA's framework in terms of accountability and transparency. Mr. Ingram, you there? Mr. Ingram? Yes, if you want to come up here. Everybody free to come up here this evening. What I go on hope. Everybody free to come up here this evening.
Sorry, good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Open mind?
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening.
Yeah.
Is it the first time you're on my program? It's the first time?
No.
Okay.
No. Really getting used to it now, so that was a question I don't understand how you ask. I see it too often now. But really, I think nothing wrong with ADPEM. I think the problem is where it is in the Prime Minister office.
But before you reach here, so open mind. But before you reach here, so open mind. I am saying that ADRA has been sitting in ADPEM from 1996.
Yeah.
It was taken into ADPEM. It went into a partnership with ADRA. ADPEM went into a partnership with ADRA because of ADRA's clean track record of being able to move its resources almost immediately after a disaster. And it distributes its resources fairly. So it's because of that clean and their accountability and their transparency clean.
That's why they get the job.
It's a clean model, clean model to get the resources move. So government could have modeled. This is the point I'm making now. Government has this clean model sitting right in ADPEM's office. And I'm saying, why is it that successive governments over the period from 1996 till now could not have developed a model like ADRA so that we can move the resources almost immediately, getting through the red tape and moving the resources almost immediately after a disaster? That's the question I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'm coming right up to this government, but me looking at previous government before. Why they didn't do it?
But ADRA come in with previous government, they come in with transparency and accountability. But a new administration come in now and they add corruption to it at every level. And this is what we're reaping now. So anywhere corruption go, that's the result of it.
Pleasant afternoon.
Good afternoon, Extreme. I wonder if you're following the discussion, Extreme.
To some extent, yes. But a lot of times we send the request, but maybe you're not focusing on the request.
Request all the while, I'm gonna see you. Send the invite all the while, I'm gonna see you come up. Yeah. Anyway, you're here now. Yes.
Read that question that you just asked a while ago.
Yes.
Would you say, or are you able to say, if there isn't a plan in place? Because there can be a plan, but there's no plan to execute it. Or there's no measures in place to execute that plan. Because if you look back as to the performance of ADPEM prior to this government, because you mentioned successive government, which would have been Portia Simpson.
I'm speaking of government since 1996.
Yes.
All the successive governments since 1996 I'm looking at.
Right. So are you able to say if there is a plan, or is it that you're not sure? You're just asking for anyone to give you information as it relates to that? Because I don't know if there is a plan, but from my recollection, the operations of ADPEM would have been more effective previously than what we're seeing today, especially when it comes to Beryl and Melissa, which is two of the most destructive hurricanes in recent times. Would you agree?
I'm not even looking at the magnitude of the hurricane. I'm saying that there is, as we speak today, from 1996 to now, we have not seen a framework. Well, we are just now seeing something like that in the form of NARA. We are just now seeing something, and I don't think that NARA is really anywhere the model of what I'm speaking, right? And it would you asked a very good question to say if there was a plan. The previous government would have been working on a plan like that. However, we have not heard any of the government made any pronouncement.
Where you have been following the operations of ADPEM back then to now, or have you done a research on the operations of ADPEM from then to know the reports that came out of ADPEM prior to now to see if it is that where the breakdown started
Yeah.
and
But
what
what
it
I'm
is that
saying,
we need to do
hold
to
on,
be
extreme.
more,
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying now is that we have not heard any of these politicians, recent politicians, have pointed to anything that was framework that was being worked on. We haven't heard anybody point to that to say,
Uh,
but we were working on this,
so
and this is a breakdown.
maybe
We not hear that.
maybe yes, that could have been said if there was anything, but also if it is that the magnitude of the hurricane, though we may have had distribution plans in place, that would basically, it's a case where more probably needs to be done because things and time has changed, right? So there's probably more needs to be done in order to properly execute. And the fact that we're in an
All right.
hurricane
All
zone,
right, extreme. To cut it short now, listen now. But even in the last hurricane, if we're talking about magnitude, even though ADRA no really handle the large, that ADRA's resources is not as large as the government resources. However, ADRA is still able to move its resources without no problem, no red tape, no bureaucracy holding it back. It is able to move quickly, swiftly, effectively, even in the last hurricane that has gone.
It strikes me that with the association of the PM and his association with the Adventist church and so on, that he did not sought to use them again, because I have low trust in this government, very low trust, and really don't believe much that they say. I still believe that investigation should go into whether or not they were really mobilized or did anything at all with respect to this hurricane. An investigation.
and I would say
I can pull you. I will pull you reports from ADRA in terms of the magnitude of help that they had given across since this hurricane. Yes.
Does ADRA have government resources handling?
I am not saying that no.
Then how are you comparing government to ADRA?
Oh, you mean how me comparing it to us?
Hold on a second. First
Hold on,
Astute. Hold on. The platform.
So?
I think good afternoon or good evening. You just open your microphone and start talking.
No problem. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Astute.
Nice to be here once again.
Yes. Astute, were you following my
I just came on and I heard you.
Okay, so that means, let me ask you some question before you go then, because I think you start speaking from an uninformed position. So now, do you know that ADRA sits in the office of ODPM right now, in the office of the Prime Minister?
I know ADRA is an international
ask you what it is.
organization.
May I ask you if you know that it sits in the office of the Prime Minister right now in terms of
Meaning
content?
what?
Because
Meaning what
sits
exactly?
meaning
That the
it
Prime
has a
Minister
seat. Listen.
oversees ADRA?
Listen. ADRA is sitting in the office of ADPEM. ADRA has a seat in ADPEM. So
Meaning
ADRA
what?
is meaning so they have a seat in ADPEM.
Yeah, does that mean the government?
They ask
You're
you a question
saying
if you know. I'm asking you a question if you are aware that that is is the present situation.
No. So and I'm seeking some clarity from you.
Okay. So you see,
Hold on. No.
you're starting
I am
a
seeking
discussion.
clarity.
Hold on, astute. You're starting a discussion from an uninformed position.
So
Because you don't know. Because you don't know, astute. You never know that presently, as I speak right now, do your research. ADRA sits in the office.
What do you mean by
ODPEM.
that? What do you mean by that?
Meaning
that ODPEM
meaning
oversees
that
ADRA?
Meaning that ODPEM and ADRA sign a memorandum of understanding, and ADRA is partnering with ODPEM.
That is not the same thing as saying sitting in the seat. So you're saying that sends the wrong message. Because if you say they sit in the seat.
Astute.
Okay. I'm not even arguing that.
No, but don't bother talk. I'm saying that
ADRA. I know about ADRA. I've worked with
ADRA has a seat in ODPEM.
Meaning the
ADRA
who oversees ADRA? Who
ADRA
oversees it?
sits in the office of ODPEM.
In the office of, meaning what?
Meaning that they have a seat of representatives sitting in ODPEM. Meaning say ADRA. If you don't understand plain language, brethren, hold on, man.
Does ADRA
cut. ADRA is an agent. ODPEM is an agency of government. Right or wrong?
ADRA?
ODPEM. ODPEM is an agency.
Yes.
All right. And ADRA is an independent agency.
Yes.
Right. However, ADRA and ODPEM has a partnership, an MOU. And because of that MOU, ADRA has its representatives sitting in the office of ODPEM.
Teach, can you check the request box and add Excellence, and Jamaica in Focus is asking to be added as well?
So they're a relief partner according to odpem.gov.jm. So to say they sit in the seat, but notwithstanding that, how is that material to my question asked? How can you compare the functions and the bureaucratic framework of ADRA to that of government who deals with
the
taxpayers'
transparency
money?
Hold on.
ADRA operates.
Hold on.
Teacher.
Excellence, good evening.
Good evening.
Let us have order to it. Let us have order. Hold on, Excellence.
Let me just.
Hold on, Excellence. Hold on. Good evening, Jamaican Focus. I see you joining. Then let Jamaican Focus wanted to come up here. He's up. All right.
Teach. I don't know.
Before you go, Excellence, because I like to take my time, I don't rush things. You like take my time because I challenge Astute that he starts his discussion from an uninformed position, because Astute never know that ADRA has a seat in ODPEM.
I didn't have to know that.
Hold on. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellence, help me now. Excellence, help me now. Let me see if you know. Excellence, do you know that ADRA has a seat in
Yes, ADRA is the Adventist Disaster Relief Agency, founded, I think it precedes, if my memory is correct, ADRA is an older organization than ODPEM.
Probably.
If my memory is correct, right?
Probably.
ADRA,
Because I think it's from in the 1980s.
I heard this gentleman ask a question if ADRA has a bureaucracies. ADRA is an international institution.
I said no.
Sir, sir, I'm not engaging you.
You misquoted
I'm engaging. Sir, let me engage the teacher, man.
But I'm engaging the teacher. I respond to. something that
I
I
am
said.
engaging the teacher.
I
am
know,
engaging
but
the
you're
teacher.
responding to
No,
something
but
I
sir,
said.
could you close your microphone and acknowledge when your name is
No,
called?
so
All
let
right,
me,
hold
let me
on now,
correct you.
hold on. As you just give excellence up
No,
a
let me just correct
a
him not
minute.
to teach. Me I correct him so he can speak from an
I
informed
don't need you
place.
to correct me,
I
All
sir.
right,
said
hold on, excellence.
ADRA
Hold
doesn't
on,
have the
excellence.
same bureaucratic framework that government has. I didn't say they don't have any. So
And
you
I
can go
will
ahead
tell
now.
you that ADRA, as an organization that has to respond to a worldwide church, which has a larger amount of residents, we can call them, than Jamaica, and spans several jurisdictions on every single planet on this earth, has a very tight framework that it must respond to. But the difference between ADRA and the Jamaican government is that transparency is the order of the day. Every dollar that ADRA spends has to be carefully accounted for. Every single contract that ADRA does has to undergo the bureaucratic process of tendering and all of that. Everything it does is similar to what happens in government.
Thank
It's
you.
much more efficient, but it is the same process.
It is
Thank you.
not the same
Thank you.
bureaucratic framework.
Thank you. Hold on,
Excellence.
excellence. Hold on, excellence. Astute.
Yes, teach.
Let me tell you something now. If you study the history of how ADRA started
I've worked with
partnering.
ADRA. I have worked with and in ADRA. I am not asking Excellence any questions here.
Hold on, Astute. I'm surprised to know that you work in ADRA and did not know that ADRA
Yeah,
has
I never
a
know
seat.
ADRA. No, I did not know that. And I did not know
All
that.
right. And the
I've
next
worked
thing
with
is,
ADRA.
ADRA, Astute. If you study the history of how ADRA started partnering with the government, you would know that it is because the government had looked at the bureaucracy, the framework that ADRA has in terms of how ADRA was able to organize itself, that it could cut through red tapes and deliver the resources quickly and fairly.
Yes, teach. You're actually proving my point.
So
You're
hold
actually
on,
arguing on my behalf. Thank you.
Hold on, Astute. So I am saying now, and my big question this evening I've been asking everybody, and the platform is being kind of stalled because of this question. I am saying to you now that it was on that clean, remarkable, outstanding track record that ADRA has, that is why the government of the day invited ADRA to partner with the government. And from 1996, from they have signed that MOU, ADRA representatives sitting in ODPEM from 1996. So my big question is, if ADRA, since ADRA has a framework, an excellent framework that works and can get the resources move efficiently, quickly, reaching those who are in need in such a quick pace after a disaster.
Yeah.
Why is it that governments from 1996 to today have not developed that framework, mimic ADRA? That's my question.
And
I'll answer that. I'll answer that question. Hope of the Trinity. Well, I'm ask me a question, I'm answering. Because the way in which
No,
a private
opportunity you
organ,
speak. Oh, you were talking.
No man, hold on,
No,
excellent.
you
Hold
doing.
on, excellent. Hold on, excellent. Hold on, excellent. Make
excellence,
us
be quiet now, excellence, and have manners as a big man.
Hello, please let me control the platform. I'm controlling the platform.
Thank you,
No, you
T.
like a liar, man. You lie, man.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Excellence. Please, you know, me no go down there road.
Anyways,
yes.
so yes, Teach. So to answer your question, why? The way in which government works, the very reason why there are bureaucratic red tape was because of the misfunction of government back in the 90s, where Jamaica used to get money.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Excellence.
Teacher, you know, come off your platform now, man.
No, you can't come off no
before
excellence.
1990.
I didn't say bureaucracy, sir. I never said bureaucracy.
Excellent.
And red tape. Teacher, no, you're allowed man can talk a little.
Excellence. Make the man talk, man.
Thank you. Now, Teach, all of this Omega City is verifiable. At one point in time, Jamaica used to get monies, and when the multilateral agencies check back, peer scandal, where the money spent go.
Like the schools that were not built by the JLP in 1960.
I know me not call the party name. I said government.
Give me a minute, excellence, man.
I said government, because teacher is not a political platform. We talk about governance over here. So I said government. I am not calling no political party's name. So I am saying, Teach, as a result of the misfunctions of government back in the 90s, you found that more bureaucratic red tape were added. Now, so for example, let me give you a key example. The other day, no, I can't talk that because that's a privileged information. I can't talk that. Okay, I can say this. I can say this. No, I can say this.
I think you're straying away already from my question.
No, I am not. You said why? You are saying why can't they adopt the same mechanism?
Yes. So what is holding
because of how government
what
works?
has hold them back? No,
So you'll have to change.
Astute.
Answer you.
Adra, hold on, Astute. Adra has bureaucratic red tape, you know.
Yes, but they are not as intricate because the bureaucratic red tape between NWA and ODPEM and the various ministries, it's not the same as ADRA.
Hold on. Did you make note of what Excellence said in terms of the number of persons that ADRA really?
Yes, but at the same time, they don't have to answer to this a ministry over here, so that the ministry over there, so they don't.
All right.
They're not
All right.
They are
ADRA,
one unit.
Astute. I do church auditing. And I can tell you that the same principle that the government auditors go through is the same principle that the church auditors also go through when you're auditing the church. Same thing, same principle. Every dot have a cross, every I have a dot, and every T have a cross.
I am not arguing that, Teach. I am simply saying, even though those things exist, it is not as intricate as how All right, Teach, do you know, I really want to know if you know, do you know the processes that are involved in ODPEM getting $100 million worth of steel from a company like Tankwell?
Teacher, there is a
Mr. Excellence, Mr. Excellence, hold on, Mr.
Governance and bureaucracy has been a challenge for this government.
Hold
it
on,
has been the same government.
Excellence, be quiet.
Excellence, hold on.
Pipe down, Excellence, be
I'm going to say
quiet.
something, teacher.
Yeah, man, but hold
on.
Because me I deal with back from 1996, and that's when I deal back from come up.
Yeah, but teacher, I am saying,
me no upper this present government. I am asking the question.
But teacher, I am just saying.
But you know,
successive government.
You know, you need to know.
But teacher,
you need to look back at 1988. You know, ADRA came to Jamaica in 1985. And the Gilbert, 12th of September 1988, the hurricane hit.
Remember
So they
there
would
was a
have
zinc fence scandal, Hope of this Trinity, under the People's National
No,
Party
but
government.
teacher, I am saying to you, teacher,
Yeah.
that the
What is
Prime
it? What
Minister
is
of
it?
the day,
What the
the
hell is this
present
thing?
Prime Minister of the day, is one of the longest serving members of Parliament in the House today. He has been there since 1997. He was leader of government business once. Then he became Prime Minister. He would have known that bureaucracy is a problem in governance. And
Absolutely.
after 10 years, he have made
All right. But the point I'm still making, the point I want to
he
make,
made no significant move.
yeah, but the point I'm making still excellent. I'm not reach for this present government. I am talking about
After 10 years,
government
I just
from
want to make it
from
clear, though, Teach, when you start at
1996.
1996, then the ADRA came here in 1985. Gilbert hit the 12th of September 1988. And so they would have been on the ground from that time.
Yeah, yes, but
Okay.
that is kind of sideway what I'm talking now, because I'm speaking about since they are partnering with the government. I'm talking since 1996 that they are, because it is 1996 that they have been partnering with the government, and I'm saying that that agency is sitting in ODPEM from 1996, and I'm saying that it would have had this model. That is why the government admired ADRA, because of the model, that model. And I'm saying now, why you're having ADRA sitting in your office from 1996, and successive government will have passed through successive government, and none of these governments never thought of developing a system like
Teach.
ADRA. Over how many years is that now? How many years we're talking?
30.
From 19. 30 years. For 30
Teach,
years.
you made a false assumption though. Do you
About
know
what?
why these bureaucratic red tapes are in place?
I'm not talking about why they are in place. I'm
So
saying
then
that
how are you assuming that they did not try to even adapt and
I'm
adjust
saying
style? How do you know that?
which part in government you have ever seen any government say
You
we're
know,
trying to make
I
we're
am
trying to
s-
we're trying to
Teach.
we're trying to model.
In order,
We're
you know
in
how-
any government. Hold on, Astu. No, don't take me for no fool. No, nobody at all on this program.
don't
take
why
me
you
for fool.
always say that? Why you always say that?
Because it is simple, brethren. It is simple. You have an excellent model sitting
And
right in
every
the-
model work for everything.
Hello, brethren. Don't take me for no fool, me say. If you look at the history of why ADRA, if you look at the history of why ADRA is sitting in ODPEM, that is the point I'm making. Go back and look at the history. The history is the government of the day admired ADRA's framework. It admires. And I'm saying, why you not copy? Why you not copy that? Why no government not copy it?
Why? You know why?
Yes.
Because of the various misfunctions of government under the People's National Party.
Still now run off I program in a man.
I'll come off, but me just tell you go.
No come here with them foolishness. You know, so me not talk no politics. Come off I program.
That's what him come here to do. And him not taking into consideration.
Before you address
him
the
not
issue.
taking into consideration that Andrew has been a prime minister from February 2006 to present.
But hope. I am now challenging.
And he's a proclaimed Adventist.
I am challenging.
Proclaimed
both. I am challenging both government at this point. And I like me focus on one side, I'll focus on Andrew government. I'm focusing on the People's National Party government also.
But I'm saying him not taking into consideration that even the worst time, when the time that Adra would have more needed is after October.
And just do the exchange. That me afford. All right. So what is the cost? What's the cost now for you? Some people are calling on it.
So this is my point I'm making now. This is the point I'm making. Right? But also this evening is the acid test, is the acid test. And that's why I'm saying I'm not accommodating the because you hope.
Yeah.
You made a very, very profound statement. You said Adra's model is too clean. Adra's model is too clean. I don't know where you make it right. Adra, when you said that, what you mean by when you said that?
Right, you're still at it to the teacher. You need a vibe, trust me. Because you see what is true, the church, because of the association with the church and what Adra is associated with and his church, I know at the end of it, there's going to be some level of accountability. Checks and balances and accountability. And the church, I don't think the church want to any brawl and mix up where money is concerned.
No man, under the church, under the church, me talk about, me talk about the governments.
Well,
why they not matter what the church is doing.
I'm saying to you, why Adra would be a clean program is that they don't want to align themselves because of the church, the church union. They don't want to when, for example, $10 million is put out there to do some sort of project, and when you look out, you can't account for $6 million. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying no. I am saying that successful governance, because they want to use the money in their way. In their way.
Yes.
It could not
align itself.
I could not allow the overseer, the cleaner overseer to partner.
No, but me not even ask the cleaner overseer, the cleaner partner to oversee, I'm saying why model, why build one system like it?
No, you're not. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
So we say then, coming up the years, then it means to say then, me are reading to it, then say, both political parties not really want to effectively deal with the efficiency of this, and to make sure say when a hurricane disaster
maybe a little more than that. When you have big projects and program, and you say for example you get a certain amount of money to deal with a particular project, you kind of want to pass it around and stretch it out so everybody can get a little touch in terms of the projects and so on, So that may be one of the reasons too, you don't want to put all the $10 million into one place because you may need.
No, but Adra's model is that Adra would have assessed the most needy. So the most needy I go get it first.
Can I say something, Peter?
Yeah.
Teacher, may I come in?
Yeah, come in next one.
Only one government, only one administration. You hear complain every single day about the inability to do anything, and it is because of bureaucracy. I never heard the government of the 90s cry out and bawl out that they can't do anything because of bureaucracy. I did not hear the government of Bruce Golding bawl out that it is inefficient because of bureaucracy. I did not hear the government of Portia Simpson Miller bawl out and talk about bureaucracy. It is this government since 2019 that has been balling out every minute that it can't do anything because of bureaucracy. This is the government who has come to the fore failure on bureaucracy.
And that's because of them. I'm suggesting it's because of their incompetence to manage the country.
And I would love for you to have much longer myself to tell me if I'm lying or not. This is the entire ball out every day about bureaucracy.
Yeah, but the point I'm making still
Am I
excellent.
lying
The
to
point
you? Yes or no? No, I'm
I mean,
asking a question.
even though we never hear that bawling out, but the point I'm still making, and I hope everybody understands the point I'm making. And the point I'm making is that you have one excellent model sitting.
Yes,
in your
Mr. But you
office.
see, you're starting from a premise to
Hold
say
on,
that.
excellent. Hold on, excellent. And let's call a spade today. Let's call a spade a spade. I'm saying that over the years, no government never sit down and say, make we all right, make we build one system resembling that one. That is the point I'm making. Over the years, nobody never sit down and say, make we build one system so that when something strike, and no matter the magnitude of it, we are able to move fast and we are able to get the help to those who need it. That's the point I'm making. Why
So,
the
so
government-
TH, give me a
Yes.
second.
Yes.
So now
Other
that
Hold on.
we,
Make extreme come in. Hold on, excellence. Make extreme coming in first.
all right.
Yes.
So while you're saying that now that NARA has come, you're saying that now at least there's some steps being taken to move the process of rebuilding or recovery. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying because NARA, if you try to equate NARA with ADRA's framework, NARA is still far from that model.
Far from the model, meaning
Meaning
it has the potential to be more efficient.
Meaning to say, in terms of being able to move the resources quickly, maybe NARA would have been able to move the resources quickly. But when you look at NARA's framework, NARA does not have that accountability and transparency built into it.
And then stick up in there, teach, because if it is that the objective is to be more efficient and quick, though that is the objective, there are still some pillars in which will help you to achieve that goal. And from what we know, that most of this money that the government is seeking to utilize will come from international monetary sources, right?
Yes.
If it is that is not included and your lending partners are not able to see that, the framework is there, then you're already setting up yourself for a failure. You already set the stage to fail because you fail to plan properly. The objective will be you will still have hurdles in meeting those targets. And it's a possibility where you fall over a few hurdles and it's going to take you a lot more.
This is why I'm saying extreme. This is extreme.
Anything at all.
Extreme. This is why I'm saying because we don't understand ADRA. Maybe we don't understand ADRA, why you're not getting what I'm saying this evening. I am saying that ADRA has an excellent model that you can just model. As a matter of fact, you could use ADRA if you wanted to get things done, because ADRA already exists and it's sitting right there, right at your hand, it's available to you right in your hand because it's sitting in the office of Open. When I say ADRA is sitting there, I mean ADRA has representative in ODPEM. So that means you can, if a consultation you want to do, then they're right in a ODPEM lesson. So you can consult with them easily for them to help you to model what they have. Unless you understand what I'm saying.
I tried in the hot pen teacher, never know.
Yes, they have a seat in ODPEM.
Yeah, in the hot pen, okay.
Yes. If you understand what I'm saying, no, excellence.
But I'm saying, not because they're sitting in the hot pen, mean that. Because the truth told teacher that NARA is not a new idea.
I'm not talking about NARA, excellence. I'm saying, excellence. You know, want to mix up the thing, man. May I say, you have one model in there, so we are work that can get the resources to people clean and quick. You have one model in there. You're going to tell me about red tape, but I'm saying you have ADRA that is sitting there that has an excellent model. So if you want to get around the red tape, why you don't mimic? I don't know how people not seeing what I'm seeing. Why you don't mimic? You don't just mimic. Yes.
It won't be beneficial to the main players.
So it cut right across the board. That's what I'm saying now. That is what I'm saying. So that's why successive governments have not looked at that model and model something for a long time. You have 30 years now, you have that model sitting on. And nobody no look on you and say, make we copy it. Because this would get the job done. And I'm saying with NARA, when we come up to NARA now.
No,
hold on. When it comes up to NARA now, one, NARA may be able to move the resources fast. However, NARA does not have that guardrails around it. So when the money moves fast, follow me. NARA will move the money fast, but move it where? That's my point. So NARA, yes, NARA set up, but NARA can move the money, has the money because it don't have this red tape where it have to go through. So it can move the money fast. However, it does not have the guardrails, neither around it to protect it, like ADRA, because ADRA have to go through red tape, but ADRA is able to go through the red tape because ADRA has set up its system so that it can cut through the red tape easy. But at the same time, it is accountable and it is transparent.
But you have to bear in mind that this government is just lacking the proper vision as to where this is concerned. That is just my opinion, not the opinion of anybody. That is my opinion, right?
But extreme. I understand what you're saying.
So you can understand what I'm saying much better, right? If it is that the government sees that what they're doing is within the best interest of the country, even where procurement is concerned, there are frameworks in place for speed. So I don't understand what it is exactly why they was to bring this whole thing in place, because in the current form that it is in now, right? I doubt, based on what I'm looking at, they will achieve their target. The objective that they set out, I doubt they will achieve them. Because at the end of the day, you can move as speedy as ever, and you still move through transparently.
And you bring me back to the point again, extreme, that I said that ODPEM has at its disposal an agency that works and works clean. Why over the years you did not consult with this agency? Help us to
Because
build.
they may have used the framework they had to speed up where necessary. That is what I think. Where necessary.
But the problem about that extreme is that the government, as I say, if you do the history, it is because of this clean track record and this efficient framework that this agency had that they partner with this agency.
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to make a contribution at this point?
As I said, I would want to
I
hear.
am not able. I was not able. You know what happened? You know what happened this evening, Cope? I'm going to tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you what happened this evening now. See what happened this evening? I wanted to come to this present situation and analyze this present situation. But because we have been stuck in the past and we don't, it's like we don't want to call a spade a spade.
No, I think what is happening, and you have to understand the program, and those who come from the program like myself, there is a limitation as to what people know about ADRA and how it functions and works. I believe that's the situation. It's not the hottest of topics, because I think people need to learn more about it. And for me, as I was saying, I would like, that's I don't want to belabor it no longer, but to ask questions directly from, we do our own investigation as to why the government did not embrace the ADRA
concept. The concept.
Or did they embrace it and it was quietly done? And as to why it was quietly done, why it was not transparent, why the government, the people of Jamaica did not know that.
Put into action, because we have not seen anything like ADRA working in government.
Absolutely. So those are the questions.
Any of the governments from 1996.
So there's limited information on it. It's not the hottest of topics right now.
Yeah, but even with the limited information, but with the information given that the government had taken in ADRA, because of its excellent framework of delivering, cutting through red tapes, delivering.
And you have to understand also, you must bear in mind also, Teach, that because of the government place the program in abeyance. So they may not have this labor force to send out there, because for years, remember how long you're saying that they have been activated from 1996?
No, I'm not even so speaking about the human resource part. We are talking about cut through the red tape so that the resources can move.
Yes, but you still will need the labor force to go there. It can't go without one.
Exactly. And if you read the last ADPEMS report,
the factors of production, just on a basic principle level. Factors of production are land, labor, capital, and transportation. You must carry the labor with the capital. They all have to work in tandem. They all have to work in tandem.
Yep.
You can't carry one and not carry the other. Must go together.
May I understand that. I never realized that some people did make requests.
And if you look at the last
nobody here monitor the situation, man, because we see
we're not able to see anyone's request Teach. You'll have to give that permission. No, you're the only one that is able to add and remove people.
You're not a thing there.
Yes, but you are the only one that is able to add people and remove people.
Oh.
You can only mute or block.
Oh, really? Me have to change that setting.
Mhm.
Okay. Come never see people are requests. I never see that persons were making requests. I never saw it. I just saw it a while ago and then now.
Yeah, so you have to look down in the chat while you're deliberate.
Right. All right. Anyway.
And if you look, as I was saying, Hope, if you look at when the last ADPEM's report was done and some of the findings and conclusion where that is concerned, staffing was an issue.
Of course, you must have labor. You
All
can't
right.
Big problem.
Fine, Hope.
Yes.
Accepted. However, Adra had personnel in every district. In every district in Jamaica. You know why I know that? You know why I know that? Because ADRA depends on the volunteers of church members. And I'm sure you know that Adventist church, almost every district Adventist church, you know. Okay. And that is why when the hurricane strikes, every district right after hurricane can have one ADRA representative right in your district immediately.
And you have to bear in mind.
So couldn't the government then further partner if it is a labor force problem? You don't think the government then could probably partner with ADRA?
Sometimes teach some of those same representatives are also affected.
Yeah, we know that still. We know that, but I know everybody are going to be affected.
And not only that, in what we see happen on the western side of the country is something different from Ivan. And there was no home, there was no life.
Though we know that not everyone will be affected in St. Mary.
I'm not
Hold on a
speaking
second.
of
Let
the
me hold on.
immediate. Hold on, people. I am not just speaking about the immediate responder.
We use to come. Yes, but these are occurrences that we use to make ourselves better, the experience. Because yes, we have the West being totally
people, I am not speaking so much of the immediate response on the ground after the hurricane. I'm talking about you have resources from how much months now we have resources put on.
But when the resources will be coming into action, when will they utilize those resources? When necessary.
And I'm saying that ADRA is able to move its resources almost immediately. Maybe like in Western Jamaica the other day, it should have had a little more challenge in doing that. However, ADRA don't use up for them resources long time since the hurricane passed. And but government have for them still sit down pan that me I talk about it.
Would you call that wicked and evil? You teach? Would you call that wicked and evil?
But that is why I'm going back now, Hugh, Hope, and saying you are going back to your word again. Maybe because ADRA's system is too clean. So that is why governments have not utilized it, have not copied it, have not mimicked it. Because maybe its system is too clean.
Don't leave out the fact that the government is, and I say it with no fear of hesitation, that the present government with those youngsters over there are incompetent. You have an incompetent government. So they're trying things as they go along. You see, for example, how they use the Prime Minister take the ODPM and place it inside as if his office. For what reason, I don't know. So you can look on incompetence why all of those
It's
things
not
were
the
not
first that it's
exercised.
been done either, no hope. It's not the
Yeah.
first. It was there and then it was moved and then they brought it back there. So
Okay.
I don't know what is the purpose of that.
Yeah, so it could be incompetence, a lack of experience from that side of the government, and because of false pride, they don't want to engage others to assist, and whatever they have to siphon off and hide, they don't want other person to know about it.
So I'm gonna give you that assignment for you to look at what the role that ADRA plays in the office of ADPEM, and then we can look again at why is it that the governments don't copy that, mimic that, because I believe if they never, and like I say, if you never have the expertise to deal with that, then you could also partner with ADRA. See if ADRA can give you some expertise to help you develop it.
Yeah, but you know what the thing about it, ADRA? So it's funny that you said, because there's two other organizations that joined ADRA, and I think the Red Cross.
Yeah,
and
Red
the
Cross
Salvation
and
Army.
Right, and Salvation Army, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Red Cross and Salvation Army also come in on the mix of those things. So I don't know, but again, I have to take it that is incompetence. And because of false pride, and because it's not an inclusive government, so to speak, the people left to suffer, because we're doing everything from a political perspective.
That is the problem.
Yes, political perspective.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
That is the problem. So basically, I would have seen the governments over the year is basically, without use one term, so then just using ADRA. You know, like when you say you use somebody.
Them not
Yeah,
using
somebody.
ADRA at all. That's the point. Them place it. They're in abeyance.
No, they're using ADRA because they're trying to use ADRA as to say that they are transparent and that they are not
okay.
So they use that as a face card. So they say, see
Lord.
ADRA out there. ADRA is fair and ADRA deals fair. So they use that, but when ADRA does the collection, as we said, ADRA is only the first responder. And when ADRA turn it over, go to a certain part, they turn it over to the government and leave it at the government now fully in charge from there.
So still there's no transparency and accountability.
Right. For example, when ADRA would have collected the names of those who are needy, and ADRA would have done that in a fair way, turn that data over to the government. It is still the government that going to make the decision who going to get the help, And ADRA make the decision who get the help, ADRA only turn over the names. ADRA did a fair work of assessing the damage. Turn it over to the government. But when you go over to the government, the government has the final decision on that, and they make the decision on that, So that is why I'm saying that maybe what they're doing is just using ADRA. I use ADRA.
Just as a face card.
Yes. Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna close off now. But tomorrow I'll come back with another topic. But before we close, I wonder if we could have touched upon the leak voice note now.
Yeah, you could.
The leak voice note.
I think that is the topic where a lot of people want to discuss.
How do you assess this now? Now that further clarification has come from the leader of the opposition, how do you look at this now? Let
I
me
still
hear your
say-
perspective.
I'm still
So I
saying
don't know if anybody
that
want to join me up here with that.
still saying
I
that
think,
the NNN, which is a harm, a media harm of the government, I believe that the CEO was irresponsible to he knows what he's doing. He put it out there to create conflict and mischief
but what
and
do you
and
say?
division
What
within
do
the
you say?
democratic space, within the
What do you
democratic
say?
space.
What do you say about the fact that there is admission that it is people from the PNP that did it?
And all right, let me say this.
What do you think?
No man. So let me put it in a
hold on a hope, because a governance issue we still discuss.
No,
you
I
see?
still with governance,
Hold
and
on,
I'm saying
and hold on now. We I'm looking at it now from the perspective of the opposition leader has come out and has made some clarity or some statement on.
And I mean,
I'm
we
viewing it from the
we-
perspective of the opposition leader.
No, we
Yes.
and listen, me who understand certain things would have shared the same sentiments. May I give you an example. The Jack Den, the same media station wanted to bring down either Jack Den or Dennis Gordon. Let me put it in a perspective. Dennis Gordon is an individual, is a separate entity. Jack Den is a company, can be sued, have shares and a lot shares and can take shares up. The individual, Dennis Gordon, can sell him shares, but him can't offer no shares to the company the entire company and its body will have to allot the shares to a shareholder. You get what I'm saying? The individual Dennis Gordon is an entity, and Jack Den is an entity. No, I don't know if I'm using the right analogy, but listen to this now. The People's National Party is an organization run by a group or body of persons. The individuals that were speaking are individuals who is entitled to their own opinion on a chat group or wherever they were expressing those sentiments or opinion. But you can't broad brush it with the institution, because that is not the view or the policy or the plan or the intent, as you would use the word intent, of the institution. So you have to deal with the individual, but because the intention by the political harm, media harm that support the government, intent was to create anarchy, conflict, mischief, and erode democracy in the country. Because when you go there and if you notice what were happening, every single member from the government and harms and groups were carrying in that day and that week the same topic. There was a cohesive attempt to make it go there on the ground. But guess what? Sometimes governments don't realize that the people gone left them, because people are real time. So there's real time. People are suffering. Times are hard out there. So you come in to talk about some trying to put it out there in the mind of people about Nara. People don't want to Sinara take off the ground and fight again. It is a non-issue to people on the ground. Non-issue. So
All
the
right, we have
intent.
Jolene
So
Jolene is here.
I'm saying to you, I can be a member of an organization, but my view is not, and you also teach is also a member of the organization, but your view, you don't share the same view that I share. And all the other members that are member of the organization does not share the view. I can't tell you what to say, I can only say, you know, boy, next time you have to be careful by your utterance, because you can, even for your own self, for your own personal development, you can destroy your own individual self by the utterance. You know, you understand what I mean? So
okay. All right, me hear from Jolene.
Perfect.
Let
Hope
me
you
hear.
are perfectly correct, Hope. You are perfectly correct, Hope. You are 100% correct, both in this case and in the Jacqueline case. And you know something, Hope? These people are talking, they know better. They are being disingenuous and dishonest.
Of
You are
course, they are.
perfectly right. They are being dishonest because they know the principles of separation of entity. They know. They are just being dishonest and talking and playing for a crowd who they know, who they can say now have no sense, so they can throw any story. It is disgraceful. And when you see people talking about simple matter like these, when it comes to people of 15 parliamentarians being criminally investigated, and that don't mean nothing to anybody. They are a bunch of complicit criminals. That's what they are.
Jolene? Jolene, you're here still?
No, I don't know, Jolene.
While Johnny is coming in, we have to continue this every chance we get. Explain to the Jamaican people simple matters like these, right? Because they know these people are talking, and I say this man without any apology. Dion Jackson Miller, who ought to know better. Dion Jackson Miller from RJR, who ought to know better. What she did was a disgraceful act. What she did was disgraceful.
Yeah, man, she lose me completely, She never really,
totally.
at all, but she lose me completely because our roads, our words were harsh. And I don't want to think that one day there's any issues with she and the person she think is saying that is come across is she believe is a person's voice. If there's any
Frame your argument as it relates to Dion Jackson. Hold on. Frame your argument as it relates to Dion Jackson against good governance, because the media also fall under governance.
No, man. Let me tell you, there's no governance in what you say.
Hold on.
Dion
Henry
Jackson Miller is a journalist.
Obviously,
Dion
the point
Jackson,
perhaps we come back and we have a longer time to talk. But
Carlos,
it also has
Bless up.
in the context
okay, you wanted to be up here?
to be happening.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Okay,
Dion Jackson is an experienced journalist.
Hold on, Hope. Hold on there, Hope. Carlos, is it?
You cannot
Is
ask
the
for
first
that.
time you come in here, Carlos?
I've been a part of this program so many times, and you ask me the first time I'm this
I'm gonna ask
program.
you again.
No, man. Me know the rules. Me know the rules.
Okay, all right.
Ingram,
Complete what you send there, Hope, and then I go to Carlos.
Yeah, so Dion Jackson is an experienced journalist. She have completed her practice in the field of law. So she's a called attorney. So she have fully prescribed her law degree, and she should have wait and do her own investigation as to whether or not they listen to what was broadcast, listen to what was said with the other party, look at the two things. even try to get a personal interview with the individual as to what their intents are. But don't come to broad brush the entire organization to say it is evil and wicked. That's her word. When she can comment on the matter, when she go to evil and wicked, me say, really? Was she real? Me wonder if she did under some liquor or something when she say it. Because she know, as an attorney at law, you don't just run with what is said on a platform or from another media house. You look at it and you do your investigation and you get the facts and you make your pronouncements. Further to say that she, me, you, an individual is entitled to his or her opinion, and it does not reflect the view of the organization, which is a greater and a broader body.
Respect Bala, healing no Paul. Bala healing no Paul. Respect Bala, respect for passing through. Respect Weeping Willow. Respect. I try to take up. Hold on. Yes, go on, Carlos. Let Carlos go on. Let go Carlos for me.
Yeah, me come in, man. Me have no time because somebody come to me and me have to run. So me go and listen here. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. Okay. Sorry, I got disconnected temporarily because of a call I got.
Yeah.
Okay. I apologize for that.
Yeah, man. That's all.
But what Trinity Hope was saying as it relates to the separation of entities is 100% correct. And the people that are taught in this voice note also know of such. But as I saw someone post in the comment section earlier, it's a 3-card trick. They're just playing a magic trick, a distraction over here to lead us away from what is really going on. And what people need to also understand that this NARA Act is a distraction. So is the release of the information about who Shavasta actually works for and that he's not the owner of the Amber Group. Now, my question is this: what is really going on behind the scenes that requires us to be targeted by the major newsrooms onto this information that they want us to ignore? That is my question. Because let's be clear. Let's be clear here. We all know, in the eyes of the court, in the eyes of Parliament, that voice note is just
top up the screen. So over here, start get lively. Top up the screen.
That voice note is just about as valid as the conversation you have with your son before you got in bed last night. We all know that. So I see absolutely no reason why it's being touted to the point where certain ministers are akin it to that of treason. So, in my opinion, we are being pretty much led by the nose, so to speak, to take away from more pressing issues that are currently going on in the country. That is what's going on here. It's that simple. We can go around it all we want, we can use different jargons and be diplomatic all we want, but that is exactly what is going on. Teach, you and I both know that this is literally a magic, that they're literally using this to
I hear you, Bala. I hear you. Yes. Thank you.
You get me I say? Yes. And at the same time, lest we forget that the Jamaica Labour Right Party, as in the current administration of Jamaica, is on the cusp of being recognized as an informal, corrupt government in the eyes of the global space. So they're on the cusp of that, and a lot of people don't know that they are. So all of these things that they're bringing up is to take away from that, and that news will be coming out soon in Jamaica. So when people are letting this become the talking point, and I said this before, Jamaicans are too easily distracted by headlines. We need to stop that. And while we are distracted by this, they need to understand that if the NARA Act, if we do not pay attention to it, both the money they will be borrowing from IMF and the money that we have acquired through charities and donations will vanish if we stop paying attention to it. So we need to stop being distracted and looking all over the place at the different headlines, especially irrelevant headlines, and take it away from the main focus.
All right.
I swear, in Jamaica right now, it's like third form high school. The teachers trying to teach at part of the curriculum and everybody talking about something else that they feel is more important.
Yeah.
Morgan was on Jackson program just now, and he was saying that they are disheartened with the statement from Mark Golding, and that Mark Golding should say whether or not he is a part of the WhatsApp group. And he was saying how disgraceful it was. And if I could say
one of the most despicable boy on the government side, that guy named Morgan. Despicable.
Mr. Morgan, I would say to Mr. Morgan that Mr. Golding made it clear that it's the statements expressed in the voice.
Let Weeping Willow complete her.
Expressed in the voice note is not the position.
Whoa, somebody getting a call. All right.
Right, sorry about that, guys. Mr. Golding made it clear that the position of that is not the position of the PNP, and that the individuals involved in the voice note acted on their own. So I don't know what he's talking about, disgraceful. Before the JLP rushed to moral high ground, Jamaicans should remember that their own administration has faced a series of controversies that many would describe as far more disgraceful, right? No political party in this country has a monopoly on virtue. Accountability should be expected from both sides, from the PNP and the GLP. Jamaica deserves much better than this. So when you're coming out to be selective, just remember what is going on in your own party before you start pointing fingers and using terms like disgraceful, because I'm wondering if you even know what the word means.
All right. Thank you.
Ask him about the death threats that the JLP operatives are carrying out on social media, and he's acting as if he's not aware who picked them up in Parliament. So you're being selective. You're being selective. You are only aware of certain things. You're not aware of everything. Right? Jamaica deserves much better.
That guy Morgan,
Hold on, Hope. Let me see
if deliberately went down into the opposition leader conference once to do a video in, you know. And it turned out that the part that he was visiting belongs to Desmond McKenzie.
Barang or something like that?
Yes.
It's the first time you're coming on this program?
Yes, first time.
Welcome. Have you been passing through before, or is it
I listen.
first time you're passing?
I listen all the time.
Okay. All right. So you know the ground rules, and since you listen all the while.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Let me hear you.
Okay. I don't really have much to say except that what you guys are doing, you guys are trying to defend something that is indefensible. Now look here. In an organization like the People's National Party, the JLP, or any organization, the basic rules is collective responsibility. Everybody might not necessarily agree with the views of everyone, but at the end, what comes out reflects the view of the party. Let's not go on.
Hold on.
What kind of nonsense is this?
Did you listen to what
No, wait.
People, hold on.
Wait, let him finish. Let him land.
Hold on. Let him land.
Let's go around it. My friends, it is almost treasonous what those two comrades have said. It is in this, it is, their argument was despicable. It was at the reach all-time low. It cannot be lower. We must stop it.
I am going to go down if you're going to continue to allow
We
this
must
kind
call a
of-
spade
No,
a
no,
spade.
no. I'm
I am
going to
going to
ask
go
some
down.
question, Willow. I'm going to be
Let us-
asking some question. I'm going to be asking some question. Please.
Teach.
Yes.
Be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. He's a Jamaican. We all are Jamaican. We are defending this thing, this rock. And not because it comes from side A or side B. What is wrong is wrong. We must call it out for what it is.
All right. I hear you say that the organization must take collective responsibility. Are you saying to me that if somebody, let's for example say I am a PNP now, and we who are on this platform, we are PNP, but we are on this platform in an informal way, and we have made some statements. Are you saying that without consulting the hierarchy, the officials, we are not speaking in any official setting, informal setting, and we say something that the party must take responsibility for that?
No, you're mixing up orange with corn.
No. Teach, if I'm allowed to ask him this,
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna ask him. Yeah, Teach, Teach, I'm gonna ask him the question in a more direct way then.
Hold on there. Barrington, hold on. Let me hear what Jolene is saying. And then I'll come back to Barrington.
All right, Barrington, I'm gonna be very direct with you, right? One thing I despise is selective outrage. Where was this outrage from you when the Prime Minister of Jamaica looked at the Maroons and told them that their sovereignty does not mean anything to him? Where was your urge when he uttered that?
Well, my friend, listen.
Answer the question. Where was your outrage? I didn't ask in respect of anything. Where was your outrage?
I does not believe there should be any country inside the state of Jamaica.
The Maroons are not considered country. They're considered a tribe, and we respect their boundaries and their
Maroons-
personal lands. They're not considered a country.
The tribe of Maroons should exist. Nobody is saying.
So let me say me get this straight. So by that
Take
response,
time.
by
Hold
your-
on. Let me cool down the platform. Let me cool down. Hold on. Let me cool it down. Jolene, I'm going to ask that if you speak a little calmer for me.
Right, I will. I apologize. I am driving too, so I'm kind of talking over the mic. That's why it sounds like I'm short.
Let not the emotions get the better of us at this point.
I apologize for that, Tish.
It's a very sensitive topic, but we have to learn to discuss it calmly. All right, go ahead now, Jolene.
All right, so thank you for that, and I apologize if I sounded I was shouting at you, Baron. I apologize if I did. Now, here's what I'm going to say to you, Baron. Back when the Prime Minister looked at the Maroons and he decided that he will not respect their sovereignty, mind you, when his statements against the Maroons was made, it was in cohesion with his intention to allow mining in and around the Catholic country, just to put that fact out there and add a little bit of context to it. There was no outrage said when the Maroons decided to stand up for themselves. Now, based on your response to my question, what you are saying to me is that if you believe it is okay, then it is okay for Andrew Holness to say what he said in his utterance as Prime Minister of the country. But from a voice note that you overheard from a private conversation
within a chat group, you're going to say, okay, well then we must hold the entire PNP party responsible for the utterance of one or two individuals. And I will say this to you, based on the constitution that we have freedom of rights, unless they have made plans to enact what was said in that WhatsApp voice note, it means nothing.
And the Charter
So
of
what you
Rights
are
as
doing,
well. The
and the Charter of
Constitution
Rights as
and the
well.
Charter of Rights.
So what you are
All right.
saying right now, what you're saying that you're being selectively outraged and you're going to say, oh, this is a gotcha moment. You said this, so you're the worst of the worst. Do not do that. If you're going to be that way, stand before us on this platform and in the same way, call out Andrew Holness for what he said against the Maroons.
All right. I'm gonna ask.
I
him a
land there
question.
too.
Ask him a
Yes,
question.
land there for now.
I wanted to ask Graham a question, and then I will mute my mic. Are you a businessman or you work in an organization? Graham? Graham, are you there? I'm asking him if he's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
businessman or
I
he
do
works.
I do my own business.
Okay, so you have staff, you have employees, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the employees start a WhatsApp group, right, and couple of them in there, and they express certain views, would that be indicative of your opinion or your views?
If they are part of my company, if they are members of my company, they play leading role. They are officials in my company. Whatever they say reflect on me.
No,
as the head of the company.
No, answer the question. Answer the question she asked. Do the view that your employees share, is it the same view as you as the director, the shareholder of the company?
Those are not employees. Those are elected councillors. He's not an employee, my friend.
Listen, those persons can be fired or moved anytime from the party. Anytime. Them not all know. There's no. They all know. They're not all in trust. They're not. They can leave. They can be run anytime.
That's what the leader should have done. If he had done that, then I would say
you're not answering the question. Though. She asked a simple question. The
question she asks is
the question
if an employee. No, listen. An employee is just like a supporter. I'm not